All right, thank you for joining us again here, and we're here on LSM on our YouTube channel, and just wanted you to know that if you weren't watching, it is now named a hurricane again. Beryl is now a hurricane once again for the second time in its life. It is a Category 1 hurricane, just meaning that winds. We knew we had winds that were sitting there in the 70-mile-an-hour range, and now a couple of different references have been made from the National Hurricane Center as to what is basically going on with the storm, and a little bit of strengthening is taking place. We sort of saw that in the radar imagery after the 7 o'clock advisory all the way up until the 10 o'clock advisory now. One of the buoys out there that's pretty close by the storm recently reported right now it has 46 knots, but a gust of 60 knots, which is getting up there near 70 miles per hour. So right around that range again. And so the new advisory just coming out now at 10 o'clock, it was a new advisory issued, a little update from the National Hurricane Center saying that Beryl is now again a hurricane as of 11 o'clock Central Daylight Time on Sunday here. The data from the National Weather Service Doppler radar out of Houston, Texas, which we'll look at in just a couple of minutes, reports from the Air Force Reconnaissance Reserve Air Force Hurricane Hunter that is out there as well. It is a Hercules J model that is out there at the moment. 75-mile-per-hour winds now. Based on these data, it is now upgraded to a hurricane. And the buoy is 42019, very historic buoy that is out there that we're looking at the moment. So reporting a pressure of 992 millibars. We're still sitting at about 65 miles away from Matagorda, Texas, and moving off to the north and a little bit to the northwest at 345 degrees at 10 miles per hour. We can clarify all this, by the way, as we look at the radar coming up here, which we'll do at this moment. There is, by the way, also something that we thought would be issued as a tornado watch now in effect. It goes all the way to the north and just to the west of Beaumont, Port Arthur. As we look at it there. And that's going to go through the rest of the night tonight. 60-mile-per-hour winds. The occasional tornado is likely to come out of this. This is pretty much the box that we drew for you at 7 o'clock tonight when this all came out. And now you can just see where this whole thing is spinning, coming northward now as a low-pressure center. It's kind of opened up now. It's a little bit broader as far as what the center of the storm looks like. But there you can see pretty much what we're seeing here on the radar screen, which is this is all in a band. This is open. Now some dry air is probably sneaking in here, and this would be a preventative from the storm getting even stronger than it is currently. So it is what it is, pretty much. And I don't see anything really changing at the moment as far as the intensity goes. I don't think we're going to end up, unless something happens and we end up with a high wind speed coming into, the Lake Jackson area or one of those ASOS stations there right on the coast. I don't think the actual wind speed is going to change any here into the short term. So that's what we got at the moment. We have a tornado watch there to the north. We have flash flood watches that are in effect all the way from Rockport to, actually, some of this will be cut off. Some of the flash flood watches, Victoria, Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi, you're pretty much out of it. I don't even see rain coming into that area now for the rest of this evening, but or overnight tonight. But some of these winds now, this is a 74 mile per hour wind, non-thunderstorm wind. So this is associated with the buoy station there that was out there, 42019. That we're looking at, and a 74 mile per hour wind again coming in with the storm. Here's some of the lightning. You can see everything that's ongoing with this thing. And again, open down to the south. But as we move further and further to the north, here's what we're also looking at. We got some winds over here near Freeport measured at 61 miles per hour with a mesonet station not that long ago. This was the Surfside Beach mesonet station there had a 61 mile per hour wind. I think that was in a gust there, actually. And now some of the precipitation is beginning to move into the Houston area from the south. Now, we're seeing some heavier rainfall. We're going to be looking at this in the hours to come, is just how much rainfall is here. And we got great data coming in from Harris County. They're in Houston, where they have the tremendous rainfall, flash flood warning system there that they have intact that will give us great information about what's going on here. Right now, there's a marine warning. This is going to be for a possible spout that'll be coming on shore here in the next few moments. This is, all this stuff. Let me see. What's our movement here? It's going to be movement to the northwest at about 45 miles per hour. It's coming on shore. These are going to be short-term warnings that pop out. These are going to be the warnings that come out. They only last 10, 15 minutes because they're moving so fast. The polygon is going to change very rapidly. But we're probably going to see our tornado warnings coming out of this area here as we go through the next several hours. Let's go down. Let's actually go up here to the Houston radar. And you can see what we're seeing here is a couple of spouts that are offshore. Now, these show up for one scan, and then they're gone. But look at these. I see 3 or 4 here already. These are offshore water spouts that'll only last a scan or 2. In fact, I'm going to back this up just a little bit to show you. True water spout right here. I mean, this is what you see. Listen, I just saw a water spout myself, eye to eye. 10 days ago, I was out on the Gulf of Mexico, and I saw 4 or 5 spouts actually coming on shore. They're kind of awesome to see. You don't want to see these, though. And these will be coming onshore. And once they're onshore, then they're going to be tornado warnings. So pretty much, and that's from the Houston radar site there that we're looking at for the next few moments. And there's an upgrade. So again, you got inbound and outbound winds of differing colors here. I see 3 or 4 water spouts, and they're going to happen very quickly, and then they'll be gone. Typically, there's going to be small-time situations. Tornadoes, we don't have F2, 3 kind of tornado situations out of these tropical storms that are coming on shore, hurricanes, tropical situations, cyclones, no matter what you call them. We don't typically have large tornadoes out of these situations, but nonetheless, you get faster wind speeds. And this is where we could have some problems coming on shore here. We're not that far offshore from where these are at the moment. Right now, you can see they're only about 20 miles away, and they're moving at 35 miles an hour. So within the hour, we could have some more, maybe some tornado warnings that will be occurring here coming out of the office in Houston, Texas. I'm sure that National Weather Service office there in Houston is hopping here tonight. I know the folks there, they do a tremendous work. This is what a meteorologist goes, spends a lot of time in school doing, spends a lot of time just talking to other people who know more than yourself. That's how I learned everything that I know, is talking to people, talking to others about what they know. And that's always a great way to learn. Well, these folks here at the National Weather Service office, they've been doing this for a while, and so they know a lot about what's going on, and we're certainly listening to them. The National Hurricane Center, Jack Bevan just wrote that last little, he's the one that called this a hurricane again. Jack Bevan and I were in school together. We graduated from Florida State University together. And Jack I learned a lot from Jack back then when I was in college. So he's a big deal now, and I have a pet rabbit that I spend most of my days with. So pretty much that's where we are at the moment. The National Hurricane Center has upgraded this now to a hurricane again. Keeps the same name, by the way. Doesn't change the name. And so that's pretty much what's happening there at the moment. Again, we have that marine warning. And if we change this over to the velocity data here real quick, you'll see what I'm talking about. We're looking at the likelihood of several water spouts that will be coming on shore here in the next 15, 20 minutes. I see 5 now. There's a little signature there. There. And that'll be coming on shore as we go through the next hour or 2. Now, one of the other things that we're looking at is how much rain is about to fall here. And I know we got quite a bit that's already in the last 2 or 3 days in the Houston area, in Harris County. They do a great job. Harris County does with their system that after Harvey they came up with. They had this before, but I mean, it's really, the website is really picked up, and now they have so many stations that are throughout the area. And I'm looking at rainfall totals over the past 24 hours. I want to take it to 2 days, though, and you can see some of these in the last 2 days, they've had 4 or 5 inches of rain here in a few isolated areas. Now, that causes a little bit of concern for most areas of the country, but not necessarily down here, because you are looking at an area that is built out of sand. What's the, wise man builds his house? Well, this is sandy down here. This is loamy kind of soil, and it does allow the precipitation to saturate very quickly. And probably not any kind of a flash flood situation there at the moment, but it may be that way as we continue on through the rest of the night tonight. I'm going to show you some of the videos that we have. Jarvis, if you could just rack through who we have out there, because this is all about pictures. This is all about what's going on. We got Brett Adair, who is out, and you can see right now, I don't know exactly where Brett is, but the ocean is to his left. So he is... he's in Freeport, Texas. So he is looking southward, I would say. The water's coming over the roadway there. So he's looking southward and westward from his vehicle's standpoint. Again, looks like there's a 35, 40 mile per hour sustained wind there at the moment coming in. He normally keeps a little Kestrel wind gauge with him, although he didn't have it when I was with him during the hurricane down at the south. But he normally does, and maybe he can give us some indication of what our wind speeds are. Like I said, there was a 60 reported there not long ago, not too far away from where he is. There in Freeport. I was going to say maybe he did it, but no, it was 61. It was a Mesonet site there that reported that wind speed there just a little while ago. And so look at the radar again. Let's do it this way. Split the radar up. There we go. And we'll go over to the reflectivity like this and show you both situations. Because one of them we're going to have tornadoes that'll show up in that velocity data, and then we'll have the actual rainfall and the feeder bands that'll be coming on shore as we go through the next couple of hours here too. So that's what we got there. Who else do we have video from? We got Tyler Kurtz, who's been down on the coast as well. Tyler Kurtz, who we have been watching. Yeah, I need to pull up that site again. What was the name of the site? Okay. Don't laugh at me. I just heard about it a while ago. Livestormchasing.com. Because we got Brett. We got Brad Arnold down there, by the way. And Bob Pack is with us. We're going to be looking at Bob Pack here shortly. I see 7 or 8 of them that are live down there now that we'll be looking at. But Tyler Kurtz is one that is there with us at the moment. He's in Bay City, Texas, so not too far away from what we were looking at there just a few moments ago, the Bay City area, where we already had some high winds reported just a little while ago. But he's right here. If you look at him, one of the feeder bands presently going across there at the moment. And that's going to be an area of higher precipitation, higher wind speed, everything that's going on there at the moment. And yeah, it's moved north a little bit more. We watched it a little while ago as it was moving northward, taking a jog. Now, if anything, it looks like it's come back around, right back around. And maybe there's more of a whip around. Actually, there truly is. And this gets really fascinating here at this point. There may actually be more than one center showing up here. Let's zoom in a little bit. So the whole thing is kind of collapsing. I mean, you got this big old spin that's ongoing, but you also see there are little vortices probably within this. Let me see if they're all kind of spinning around. They're all kind of rotating around each other. And now this whole eye feature, if you will, looks like it's 30 or 40 miles wide. Probably a more predominant center of rotation right about there. And then this is whipping out. We got a lot of what we call vorticity here. And so this is all just beginning to really pick up with all of the kinetic energy that's available to it. And so these, the whole physical properties are beginning to show up. But this is kind of weird, the way this is happening. But the dry air punch is real. That's coming in on the western side of this. So don't expect any more to happen because of this very feature right here. And again, that tornado water spout that we were looking at, that's still coming on shore. And I do see several areas that we're watching. One's right there that's very prominent. These don't typically last long, like a scan or two, really. So the National Weather Service has to go ahead and put these things out, these messages out very, very quickly. We saw one that lasted only 4 minutes a little while ago. And as a result, it had come and gone. And oftentimes they issue these warnings and, practically before we can get them on the air, they're over with. But you just have to kind of do the math yourself. And so I think that's what most people are probably doing there in that part of South Texas, is doing a little bit of meteorology themselves. Predominantly, if you've lived down here for a while, you've been through this kind of a situation many, many times before. This is not a huge hurricane. It's a minimal hurricane at the moment. Seen many, many more, much larger here into the area. But nonetheless, at this point, from really any part right there coming into Houston on the south side is what you'd be most concerned about. The outer bands are just now coming a little bit further and closer to Harris County and Sugar Land over to Pearland. Baytown, not yet, but coming to Boulevard Peninsula and even up into Winnie and Port Arthur over the next 30 minutes or so. And that's where we currently stand with what we have. National Hurricane Center, again, upgrading this to a hurricane again. I know we love to label stuff. And we talked about this a little earlier. I don't care if it's a hurricane. It was never really going to be much more than a 70 to 75 mile per hour storm earlier today, because it was so close to land that really wasn't going to matter what basically happened there overall. So there's your low pressure center. Boy, doesn't it look like it's taking a little bit more of a jog to the west now after a northerly component that we saw through much of the afternoon. And now it kind of looks like we got three little vortices there that are spinning around. This is wild. They're all different. Look, you got one. Let me stop it here. You got one there, one little area there and there. So you basically got this thing breaking down, but you got internal little vortices that are occurring within this whole thing. The spin that is occurring within as it breaks down and the drier air is beginning to come in. Again, that buoy that's out there reporting 74 miles per hour, which took it above hurricane again. Hurricane, I did quote. I did air quotes if you couldn't see me there. And that's kind of where we are. Who do we have? Go back to Tyler's video again. Pretty interesting there. Tyler, once again, in, I think you said Bay City. The Bay City area. Tyler Kurtz is there. We have Michael Beard, who's in Matagorda, which is just a little bit south of there. It's more on the water. Bryce Shelton is down there, too. He's in Bay City, as well as Bob Pack. Actually, pretty much everybody is in Bay City or down there on the water, a little bit closer down to the water, or over in Freeport. And I think Brett is probably up in Freeport, as well as Brad Arnold, because they like to hold hands in these situations. They don't typically get far away from each other because one's afraid that the other's going to see something that the other one did not see and be able to report that on television. We got any questions? Has it moved north any? Yeah, it's still moving northward, but not exactly that full move that we saw a little bit earlier. I don't think that's going to be the case. Is it a hunker down hurricane or a bug out hurricane? It is not. Especially now, you wouldn't want to bug out. Just hold on to your hat. And this thing is probably, really reaching its peak right now in some of these areas to the west. Where it's not reaching its peak is more so in a line that kind of goes along with the tornado watch here, if you will. Our highest winds are going to be here, and let's go ahead and do this because we were going to anyway, but we did this a little bit earlier. You always look at storms in this sort of a situation as having four quadrants. I've always broken this down on television like this. You got four quadrants here, like that. There's the center of the storm. This one over here, this quadrant over here, is typically always the worst. That's where you're going to see the highest winds associated with the thing, because you have, we call it a fetch. You have the distance coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, which is all flat, that's all water, so you got very little friction there. You got all this area to come in, and so the wind is typically going to be the highest here. Well, it's coming from the north on this side of the low pressure. There's the actual low pressure center itself. Winds go counterclockwise around low pressure like this. So right in here is typically, just makes common sense, doesn't it? This is where you're going to have the highest winds that will be coming on shore. You're going to have the highest push. The wall of water that we talk about, the storm surge, will be on the right-hand side of this. Like right in through here. And then this is a north wind, so that just the opposite will happen over here on the western side of this. Just the opposite deal, because you're just going to have a north wind. So it'll blow water out of the area. It'll blow water away from shore. And sometimes you can see some of the lowest water levels when you get back into these bays. Like Matagordo is going to see, well, let's do it this way, like Port O'Connor, you're in a north wind now, back across this region from Port O'Connor southward all the way down to Rockport. This is a north wind, so you're blowing water out of the bays here. And while you're blowing water out of the bays, you're pushing water back into Galveston Bay. Maybe we've got a Galveston picture here that we can look at in just a little bit. But Galveston Bay is one of those areas that is likely now seeing its highest push, probably your highest wind speeds. Will be coming in the next hour or two, but the actual push of wind, and I think this is outside of a hotel. Where is this? Will Nunley, yeah, and that's not far. That's his room. I think this is Will Nunley's room there. In where was it? In Galveston. I find that hard to believe that's in Galveston. Let's see. Galveston, Texas. All right. So that's the water. Trying to make this make common sense, because that would be an east wind. And those flags don't look like an east wind. They look more like a north wind, don't they? But if that's, you don't really know exactly the way the water is running. I see whitecaps out there. I always look at this, though, and I try to figure out exactly what's happening. But I know we got an east wind coming into Galveston at the moment. Has to be. Wind at your back, low pressure to your left. And again, the winds are just now kicking up. It's one of the first little bands coming into the Galveston area from the west at the moment, and that'll be moving in with full force over the next hour or two. The worst of your weather is probably not coming until well after 1 or 2 o'clock tonight into the Galveston, Texas City, League City area of Houston as well, 3, 4 o'clock into Houston specifically. And we saw some of the modeling. We'll look at that again in just a few moments, but some of the modeling suggesting some wind gusts as high as 80 miles per hour could be taking place in the 3, 4 o'clock range into Houston early on Monday morning. And then coming on through the region and maybe hanging on. Now, 2 things of note. Modeling did not show this as an open low pressure like it is at the moment. You can certainly see now dry air beginning to be sucked into this thing pretty rapidly from the west. I want to make sure that's not just a reflection of the radar that we're looking at, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Change radar sites here shortly. And don't want to forget about our likely little water spouts that'll be moving on shore here in the next hour or so, in the next 30 minutes. They come and go, and I think the only one that's very prominent here at the moment is that one right there just offshore Freeport. Brett Adair is right there. He'll be Johnny on the spot. If a water spout comes up to him, he's going to poke it in the eye, and he'll probably have some good video for us of that, because that's what he does, and he's had a good meal in his belly, and he's going to be ready to shoot video of that. Fired up. I think he had some sweet tea, too. What else do we have? Yeah, I wanted to look at the other radar site. Hold on. The crap radar. We'll come in from the southwestern side of the crap radar and look northward just to show you again that there's certainly a lot of dry air now in, we call it entraining into this thing from this side. And that's breaking it up now. That's keeping the thunderstorms from developing around the center of the storm any longer. I'm just kind of breaking it up, keeping it real here, not allowing this thing to get overbearing. And just like the Houston radar, the Galveston radar, you can just see there's multiple vortices now inside of this thing that are really showing up on the radar imagery. There's multiple areas of spin. There's one there. There's a little bit of a spin in here. This has got a little vortice with it as well. So, but it's all swirling around a big area of spin right there, which is just a sign of, it is what it is. It's not going to become something any bigger. It's actually deteriorating a little bit now as it comes on shore. There are no serious feeder bands down to the south any longer. These are broken. So as they come in, really the worst of this weather is going to be this region right here in the next couple of hours as it comes on shore now. So I got a little bit better news to report as far as the intensity of this storm goes, and it's not going to get out of hand. We're not going to see, there were several people, one of our guys in fact kept saying there's going to be RI today, RI, which took me a minute, but I think he meant rapid intensification. And we kind of saw that for an hour or two right before the sun set, but not really the case anymore. And I think one of the bigger problems here, one of the things that we may, really be concerned about now as we go along is that these feeder bands are for real and they're going to be around for a while, and they are going to promote tornadoes to occur. And that could be problematic as we go through the next couple of hours, whether or not we have tornado warnings that will be coming on shore. Look, none of this stuff has even reached Houston yet. So it's going to be a little while longer before the precipitation even gets there. And now it's looking like the little storm that it could or tried to a few minutes ago. Come off of this for just a moment. Let me see if I can pull up some modeling here. Jarvis. And again, that's where all of our peeps are. And let's go look at the model here for just a second. And go down here. The HRR model that we were talking about is just one of the it's an hourly model that pops up. Again, that's Breaded Air. Looking out into somebody's house with his bright lights on. But they still have power, it looks like, out there. I don't see any power loss just yet. But those are pounding, pounding waves. I'm not really sure if that is the ocean to his left or if that might be the bay. I don't think that's the ocean. I think the ocean waves would be a little bigger, maybe. But I don't know that area. I don't know the lay of the land. The ocean waves they're only as big as how deep the water is. So that could just be sort of a surge area right there along the roadway. Yeah. Well, no, I'm watching it myself. There's a little voice in my head. Let's just see. So this is the 03 coming in from 10 o'clock tonight. And it's still suggesting some of these winds could gust in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour. If we look like at midnight, let's see. This would be like midnight would be right there. Which looks pretty reasonable. I think it's got a pretty good idea of where the center is, at least as far as the radar. Let me make sure I know what I'm talking about here. But the radar representation looks pretty much the same. HGX. doesn't it? It's the initial. I always like to make sure that it initializes well. No. So here's my problem with this is that at 10 p.m., at 11 p.m. Central, it has the center of the storm just east of Corpus Christi, whereas the actual center of the storm is a little bit north of there. It's a tad off on its initialization or where it begins. That's what I'm trying to say. It kind of wobbles around out there, and truly the model brings it onshore as a center, but does have it loaded to the right. This is the thing that the model does. We talked about the NAM a little bit earlier. The NAM had a very concentric, all quads looking sort of the same. And what was going to be true was that it was going to be heavy to the right or heavy to the eastern side. And that is what the model is beginning to show here. The HRR shows that anyway. It's more of an open kind of a low pressure center, an open comma coming onshore, with the banding features being the greatest or the highest on that eastern side. And that brings in the banding features will bring in some of the higher winds. And that's when the winds by 3 a.m. are in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, gusting winds at about 30 to 40, and really doesn't bring the brunt of that in with another wobble. And I'll explain that in just a few minutes. We'll have to get into that because at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning is when some of the higher winds really start to show up there around Lake Jackson. This is a 6 a.m. Some of the gusts could be into the 70, 75 mile per hour range. That's when you could have your hurricane force gust that would be coming in. And the wobble looks to be continuing. I mean, we're even at noontime, and we haven't come on shore very far at this point. And it brings a continuation of winds, which, by the way, if you're on the west side of Columbus, that would be a north wind at College Station at 68. That would be a south wind at Houston at 61, and then 71 up into the Woodlands. So the differential on being on each side of that is going to mean a whole lot, but still has the thing kind of hanging around. Look at that. That's 4 p.m. tomorrow, and it's much slower. We'll have to look at that on the radar in just a couple of minutes, but that's only to Huntsville. It has the center only to Huntsville by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So, has it hanging around a little bit. Let me see what that does about rainfall totals, if that makes a higher QPF here into the area. And that does bring anywhere from 8 to... don't do that. That brings the rainfall totals up there quite a bit. Lake Jackson, 8 inches, 6 in Galveston, 6 in Houston. Again, that wouldn't cause tremendous flash flooding, but it would cause some, I'm sure, to occur, especially if you get it in the 3 to 4 inch per hour kind of a deal, if that does happen. And then a rapid cutoff, huge cutoff you can see on the western side. There is that happens. So, pretty much what we're looking at there is the tremendous amount of rainfall coming during the overnight hours, 3, 4 o'clock into the morning through about the midday hour, and then continuing on northward and eastward. But I still think it's pretty wild that the low, I think that's going to be significant slowing down if that is the case. But I'm going to have to go back to the radar. So that's College Station at 4 p.m. College Station at 4 p.m., which would mean there's the center right now. And if it's at College Station at 4 p.m. tomorrow, that's only 180 miles. And that would be so we'd be looking at 16 hours from now. So that's 10 miles. That's just a little bit over 10 miles an hour. That's quite a bit slower. I think it's going to be quite a bit slower. 180 miles in 16 hours. 16, 17 hours. Am I wrong? Somebody want to help me with that math there? I love the way all of our employees, and we've got quite a few who are working tonight. We've called people in tonight to help us out of our employees, and not one single one has said into my ear that my math is correct. But anyway, that is currently where we stand with that. And again, watching the videos, the 3 videos. Is that Brett walking? Is that Brett walking in front of his camera? And the last time that happened, he got like a big stop sign flew right past his face. He made it on the national news. No, that wasn't that. That was the time before. His car floated away. Was that Brett that walked out in front of there? Would somebody get on the horn? One of you guys, hey, would you get on the horn and call Brett and tell him to stand in front of his car and give us a live report? Call him on his phone. I got one of our people here to call. Maybe we can get him live. Michael was out there just a little while ago. Michael Beard was out there, and we were going to try to talk to him too. But I don't know. I think Michael's playing fantasy baseball tonight was his big deal in between shows. So he didn't make it with us there at that point. Who do we have? Do we have anybody that we could talk to? Bryce Shelton loves to talk to us. Maybe we can get Bryce on. Or if you would like to talk to us live, if you're out there watching, there are a few of you out there who are with us tonight. If you'd like to be on the show with us, you can give us write us a little note there. Jessica is with us. Jessica Lara is she's in Corpus Christi. We thought it was coming here, so we got prepared, but I guess better to be prepared than to be not prepared. Jessica, you're exactly right. Went right by you. Compact storm. I mean, it's either going to be right, it's either going to have to hit right there or not at all. I'm sorry, I can barely read these tonight. They're very wobble baby. My hurricane song, says Jennifer McMahon. Samuel E. Will Houston learn with lessons learned from Hurricane Harvey will make Beryl somewhat better? Yeah, this is not a Harvey. I was on the air when Harvey happened, and I'm going to be honest with you. I never thought in my wildest dreams, while I was on the air, I never thought Harvey was going to produce 50 inches of rainfall, but I sat and I watched it. I didn't leave. I think I worked 23 hours when that happened, and I didn't know Harvey was going to do what it did, but I'm 99% sure that this doesn't do. I don't really ever like to say that. I didn't say 100%, but I'm 99% sure this thing's not just going to hang around like Harvey did. There's no indication in the modeling at all that there's enough of a weakness for this thing not to continue its motion. 10 miles per hour is pretty slow, but at least 10 miles per hour is movement. I've seen it go down to just a couple of miles or not even any movement at all, more of a stationary sort of a thing. So it is a pretty good deal that this thing is still moving. It's got tremendous amount of rain right there with it at the moment, but there is certainly a break on the western side. There's now a pretty good break on the southwestern side of it if you look at it here as it wraps up and moves around, but it's more of a comma shape than it is a concentric well-formed hurricane any longer. Right there's your low pressure here. And, everything's wrapping around. But look at how much dry air you have back here. This is all super dry air coming in. A preventative and actually a killer. I mean, as far as the hurricane goes, it's not liking this at all. And that's just the way it is. Who was in my ear just now? And who are you? Michael Beard. Michael, do you have a beard? I've always wondered. Well, this is. Oh, he's not. I'm sorry. I could hear him, but you at home, the public. Michael's
Yes.
been with us. He's been a contributor for a long, long time. Michael, tell me about where you are at the moment. Tell me about what you're seeing. Or do we have his video up at the same time, Jarvis? Or are we going to be able to have the two together? Okay. Spell his name correctly. Or he left the last network job he had because they misspelled his name. Just throw him up. Throw him up. We're on live. It's not like. Is that him? All right. Anyway, Michael, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you, first of all?
I'm in Matagorda right now.
All right. And what's it like? What was the last tropical storm you were in, or tropical thing? What was the last one you were in?
Alberta.
Alberta.
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah. And this is no Alberta.
No, this is.
What's happening right now? I mean, what does this feel like to you? What does it look like?
It feels just like a Southern Plains thunderstorm that never quits.
Yeah. So continuous.
There's not a whole lot of. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of. I mean, there's decent wind gusts, enough to kind of move the truck around, but there's nothing major, nothing that makes you think, oh, I'm in the middle of a Category 1 hurricane.
Yeah.
It's just, like I said, it feels like a Southern Plains thunderstorm.
Yeah, well, so it's still offshore of you. I mean, you do realize that the center of the storm is not quite there. We're probably still looking at the center, at least that northern eye feature, if you will, still 30, 40 miles away from you at the moment. And I think that's going to be the one that has, Lord, I wanted to say packing a punch, but I hate that terminology. But that's going to be the one that actually probably is definitive about this. The other thing that I do see is that back to your east, basically, there are a couple of spout features that are really starting to show up again. But do you think is the visibility so low you'd probably not even see it? Can you see?
It's so dark. Matagorda is not a huge town, so there's not a whole lot of light to begin with.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can kind of distance a little bit, but for the most part, until it gets closer to the city, they're not going to be able to see anything, anyways.
Yeah.
So, but I am keeping a watch on that and everything. I mean, winds are picking up. We're getting the very outer edge of the main part of this storm, and we'll see where it goes.
What kind of stuff do you have
there? It is picking up a little bit more.
Yeah, how are you watching it technically there in your vehicle? How are you getting information? You just radar?
Well, I've got radar scope on a tablet on a mount that's on the dash. I've also got a portable TV in case data goes down here.
Right.
I can at least still see local news.
Right.
So there's backups for backups, just like Brett does. Everything's got. So.
Yep. Good deal. Well, all right, Michael. We appreciate it. We got your video here. We're going to be taking a look at that. And if you see anything, if anything pops up, you need to let us know about it. Please do so. We'll pop you back on the air because our viewership just went up considerably, almost 20% when you started talking. So
it must be my beautiful voice.
It's got everything to do with your dulcet tones. So we do appreciate you talking to us, Michael, and stay safe, buddy. I know you know what to do. Just always think about safety here. And this is not a sort of a situation that we're not laughing at all. I'm happy. I'm actually a little bit giddy that this thing isn't a Cat 2 or something like that we didn't see this huge rapid intensification take place this afternoon. And as I look at it right now, I'm a tad jovial that it is kind of what it is, and the folks there, if anybody's watching us, and I know a couple of people said that they were watching us from the area right there, that down in that area, someone from Corpus Christi actually, you've had thunderstorms that are this bad just on a typical afternoon. You've had thunderstorms that were even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as a storm chaser, you get amped up for category 2, so you get ready for that. You get all your supplies together. You pre-plan escape routes in case something goes wrong. You need like the water kicks up higher than you think it's going to be. Mindset of, okay, this is going to be a really good storm, and it could go south really quickly. And then you get all this dry air, like you mentioned, that's kind of keeping it from.
Absolutely.
And it does kind of bring, like, you're disappointed, but you're happy at the same time. You're disappointed because all that preparation, all that time, looking at the models, getting all your gear together, all that time you spent for something major just kind of feels like it was a waste. But at the same time, no storm chaser that I've ever met that was goes into a chase going, man, I hope I get to see a house destroyed today.
Right.
Man, I hope I get to see somebody lose all their stuff. But so there's a given when doing this. Yeah. But you did mention safety, as you'll see with Brett and with Bryce and with Brian. When those waters kick up to over that seawall, they're not going to stay there with 4 or 5 foot surge. I mean, some people decide to turn their vehicles into submarines, but we'll leave. We've been doing this long enough. They know better than to sit there and just take it. But get to safety. You can't do your job if you're in the water.
Yeah. Good information, Michael. Appreciate you, buddy. Stay safe. We'll check back in with you shortly. Again, that was Michael Beard with some great information there. And Michael, appreciate that. He's down there in Matagorda. It is just south of Bay City. We got quite a few people in the Bay City area, but right there, Michael Beard is reporting to us from the Matagorda area there, Matagorda Bay, and talking about the fact that the weather is worsening there where he is. The weather was worsening over the last 10 or 15 minutes, and you can see that. It's really showing up well on the radar imagery here at the moment. The spin, the rotation that's beginning to come in. No longer just one concentric eye, by the way. I don't really see any discussion about this just yet, but I'm sure there probably is going to be some that this thing has wobbled quite a bit here over the past, I don't know, hour or two. And again, the information from the modeling that we just saw just a few moments ago puts this in College Station at 4 p.m. tomorrow evening, but kind of does so like this. I mean, I was looking at the modeling just a few moments ago. Let me get to the last image. And does so sort of like this, it looks like, as it goes northward. Kind of like that. So you're going to see a wobble to the right. You'll see a wobble to the west. And it's like a screwdriver, it's like a top. Good friend of mine, Chad Gibson, who is a colonel in the Air Force. Chad used to be on with me all the time. I've flown into a couple of hurricanes with Chad before. Down in Cuba, flew into a hurricane down there with him once. Long story there, but he does... In fact, I'll try to get it on here in just a few moments, but he did a little package about how these storms are like tops. You start them up, you start them spinning, but they wobble across an area, and that's what this thing is going to do as we go through the next 24 hours is wobble its way northward, and then by 4 o'clock tomorrow is when some of the modeling suggests that we could be up here near College Station at 4 p.m. Let me see what NHC says about that, if NHC has the same sort of information in their track. Let me do it this way. NHC. Hold on a second. NHC. Stop it. 7 p.m. So that's a little bit further north. I need a better look at the track, but that's pretty much what we got there. Say it again, Brandon. Oh yeah, tons of feeds here. Yeah. And I don't see one that's like killing it, is there? Is there one of them that's worse than the other? Is there one of them that looks any worse? One that you need to pull up? I mean, the Galveston, the flags are impressive. Flags are always impressive. So that Galveston camera is pretty hopping there. And then we got Tyler. Is it Tyler Kurtz? I keep ruining his name. He's going to be mad at me. Tyler Kurtz. He's there in Bay City, and his video's pretty hopping there as well. He and quite a few other people. Oh, they're watching the surf come in. I see that now on the other side of the vehicles. Yeah, there you go. That's a pretty amazing shot. Hurricane Beryl now. Beryl, what do you want to call it? I called it, the first time around, well, I don't know. It's a long time ago. I've been through many Beryls, and we always change the name of them after a while. From the South, you call it one thing, and then somebody corrects you, especially if you're on national television. But we always go that route. We're talking about hurricanes, but Beryl is, for lack of a better term, just kind of fizzling out over the last 45 minutes or so on the radar imagery now. A lot of dry air coming in on the southwestern side of this. I don't know. Can I look at any kind of a satellite on this thing? Meso 2 was showing up a little bit earlier. Yeah, a little bit. See if I can get that to move. And again, there's nothing really showing up here as far as a well-formed eye or a dry area here. This is the long wave. It's a dirty IR is what we call it. Let's go with a clean one here and see if we can get anything a little better. I don't see anything that looks any different here overall. Still moving the cloud phase. This would tell us whether or not we had new cold cloud tops that were forming or anything, and I don't see that either. The low-level water vapor probably is not going to look very different at all. But it's super easy to see what has happened, and that is that dry air has entrenched, has come back around, and is now entering this storm on the south side, and it's really causing this thing to just kind of fizzle, just kind of be what it is, and not really change much at all, which is, as we said, pretty good news overall. I've never used that one. I don't even know what that is. Shortwave window. It's just confirmation that nothing's different. How about that? Let's go back out here and go back to our radar. What is this going to be? Total cloud cover. That's a new feature. And then into a composite again. And just to show you all of this precipitation, now you just got a big torrential rainmaker here, really. All of this precipitation right here, this kidney bean area, that's what's going to have to come on shore, and as it does so, it's going to end up being a pretty big deal overall. Crap Shack, calm before the storm here in Spring, Texas. Let's see, Brian M. Finger. Pull him up full screen. Either that or he went into a car wash. Brian M. Finger. He's right there in Bay City. Where is he? Oh, here's why. let's just go back to the Houston radar here because we get a better representative of what's actually going on. And he's in a downpour. He's in a toad strangler right here. Bay City. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Look, he's about to get all this crap. They all are. Everybody's about to get on in this is that rate that we were talking about, that 2-3 inch per hour kind of rate that'll probably be starting up here very shortly from Matagorda to Wadsworth over to Freeport into the Lake Jackson region. This is the 2 to 3 inches per hour kind of a stuff that'll be coming down. You can just see that's just now beginning to start there at his vehicle. I'm, a little bit surprised about getting a signal out there when you start going through that kind of a heavy rain. Do we have any audio? I'd just like to hear some of that too. I don't know. If you use Brett listens to death metal, so we don't want to. Can you hear that stuff?
Really picking up now, folks.
Why doesn't Brad talk to us? Call Brad and tell him I want to talk to him. Because we have to talk about something. Here, let me. Do you have his text? Brad Arnold's text? Because he'll need the link, and I don't know how to send him the link. Tell him, David, I'll text him, but you send him the link. I may have just texted his wife. Hold on. Come on. I don't want to give out his information here. He said sure. Send him the link. Oh, he's driving. All right, that's where we are at the moment. Tis what it is. Again, you got all kind of spinning motion going on here inside of one big sort of area of rotation and spin. Drier, super drier coming in on this side of the system now is beginning to erode it away a little bit from the west to the east. And that is actually pretty good news for all of those interest. That looks like a little smiley face. I didn't do that on purpose, by the way. But coming on shore here at the moment, we're going to have some of our highest winds that will be coming into some of these areas here around Wharton, back over to Rosenberg, into Pearland, and then eventually in Jamaica Beach, Galveston Beach area. So we'll see that really picking up in the next, hour or so as some of the feeder bands begin to come on shore there. We'll also begin to see more and more in the way of precipitation picking up in these areas too, as we saw just a few moments ago on Brian Imfinger's video coming in. They're just outside of Bay City. The heaviest rain, probably the worst of all, is about to take place for all of our guys who are out there at the moment. And we'll just be sharing their video. I'm just going to kind of narrate this as we go along. I don't have any extra information to pass along other than what I see on the radar. You see it as well as I do. And if you're here with us tonight, you probably know a little bit about meteorology, at least enough to know about what you see on the radar. And you see what I see, which is a poorly developed hurricane at the moment. It wouldn't be surprising to me if once this comes on shore and we don't have any winds that exceed 70 miles per hour as far as real data goes, because hurricane hunters are not going to fly into this much longer at all. It's right there on the edge of the beach, and so they're going to begin to pull out of this and not really be flying on land with it any longer, and all the information will have to come from sources that are on the ground. Real information, no interpolating anymore, no extrapolating anymore, no thinking that maybe this is ongoing. I don't even see the lightning that I saw a little bit earlier. The lightning strikes have decreased exponentially over the last little while. What I do think I see is maybe a little bit more spin offshore. I said that, and now I don't even see that like I did 20 minutes ago when that one feeder band was coming onshore and we had the tornado warning there. I don't see that anymore. Although, excuse me, you know, a few little areas here that are probably kind of suspect if you look out here offshore. Just a few areas. And sometimes, like this one up here, sometimes that right there ends up being a tornado warning. That little bitty area right there. You just don't see strong inbound and outbound, or if you do, it's very quick. It's one scan or two. That right there was probably a spout. When was it? That was at 11:42. I guarantee you that was a spout. The radar doesn't lie, it doesn't fudge. That was probably a spout that came on shore there, but it only lasted for one scan, and then it was gone. It was a spout. Look at it. It was definitely a spout coming on shore, right there. But nobody saw it. It didn't do any damage, and it was gone a scan later. And that'll be the thing. That'll probably be the deal as we go on through the next couple of hours. Is there'll be a spout or two that'll pop up, and then when it comes on shore, it'll be gone, short-lived. And about the time they get ready to issue a tornado warning, they will pretty much be gone. That's obnoxious. There we go. Who we got? Who else have we got? We got. Is Brad with us? Oh. Okay. All right. He said he was going to. Okay. What else do we need to look at? I wanted to look back. Let me do it over here real quick. I think I still have it here. I thought I did. The buoy data that we were talking about a few moments ago, that thing is still out there and should still be reporting. And it's getting ever closer to the storm. And it is reporting gusting to 58 knots, so 63 miles an hour. So it's still kicking there. That was at 4:50. So 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, we had a 58 knot wind. Knots. And you can sort of see, actually, Jarvis, if you could pull this up, because this is telling the story about what's, kind of happening here. I'm going to do it this way too. Put the reflectivity back into here. So look over here and you can see the wind speeds right here. This is the wind speed category right there, where there's a wind speed in knots and gust 48. But notice how they've gone down considerably. See, we had the gust up to 60 knots there. And now they've gone down over the last hour at that buoy that is out there. Storm's moving away from the buoy, obviously. But the winds are still coming out of the southeast at the moment. The wave height, I don't know, is 22-foot wave there. At 10:50 p.m., there was a 22-foot wave reported out there. So some really high waves. Some of that's going to come crashing onshore and pushing the wall of water that we often talk about. You see the wave heights really picked up during the day today from 18 to 22. And I don't know why that thing's not reporting wave heights anymore, but the water temperature is right there around 85, 86 degrees too. Prime water temperature. Just running out of room here overall, and then encountering the dry air that's entrenched in this thing too. So Brad, can you hear me? I'm good, Brad Arnold. It's always good to talk to you instead
Absolutely.
of texting you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What do you see? Do we see? Do we have his vehicle? Yeah, there he is. Oh, there's Popo.
Yeah. So right now I'm starting to see a little bit more of a police presence. We do have a little bit of a storm surge coming through here, where the dunes kind of were knocked down a little bit during Tropical Storm Alberto. Probably about 10-15 minutes ago, we were on the west side of town, right on the seawall right there, and the waves were crashing over it. It's only a matter of time, David, before this place surges with that 4 to 7 foot storm surge. But already starting to see the water rise. Thankfully, a little bit of a break in the precip. It's been blinding rain most of the night that I've been here, but finally a little bit of a break from that. But got some tropical storm force winds with some of the bands that have come through earlier, but a little bit of a lull right now, just as we wait on the strongest part of Hurricane Beryl to bear down on us.
Brad, are you still right there? Are you in Freeport or?
On Surfside Beach. I am right on the Gulf of Mexico. Just south of Freeport, or southeast of Freeport.
Okay.
Yeah, just across the bridge over there on Surfside Beach.
East wind?
Yeah, still a little bit of east wind. It's not directly onshore flow just yet.
Yeah.
But I anticipate that changing pretty soon.
Yeah.
And also we're working on high tide as well, or switching from low tide. We just got off low tide, so that water will be working its way up. I pulled up a little bit, David. You can start to see a little bit of that onshore flow with the storm surge starting to work its way, and mixed in with a little bit of freshwater flooding as well.
What do we see? So right now we're looking at your camera. What are we seeing? It's a little bit dark. Help me out.
Yeah, so sorry about that. It's a little
No.
foggy as well.
I mean the monitor I'm looking at is a little bit dark.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we right across these. You can see the reflection in the distance. That is actually right where the Gulf of Mexico is,
Okay.
where the sand dunes have been lowered a little bit. Like I said, with Tropical Storm Alberto, did the number on those. But,
so that's water. That's water
yes.
down there. Okay.
That is the Gulf of Mexico sitting right here in the street right here.
Okay. I see it
So
now
it's
in your wipers.
Yeah, it's not quite pushing, at a heavy rate just yet. But I think that's mixed in with a little bit of freshwater flooding as well. But we are starting to see the channels are filling up a little bit with some salt water that's being forced over the dunes.
I know you don't have any trees there. It's really hard when you're down there at the beach like that, sort of estimate winds, because without trees, and you got palm trees occasionally, but I don't really see any in front of you. But could you get any idea of what the winds have been like? Are they at their worst at the moment? Have they been climbing?
Yeah, not right now. We're having a little, like I said, we're having a little bit of a lull in the action. It's with these bands when they come through, as you know, when you get that precip, that stronger precip. But we have had some tropical storm force winds. It's really hard to estimate, but I would say, 40 to 45 miles, 40 to 50 miles per hour, something like that, with the strongest rain bands. But nothing extremely strong just yet. But I mean, what are your thoughts, David? I want to hear your thoughts about a strengthening system. How much more do you think it has? How much longer do you think we have until we start to see those really, really strong hurricane force winds?
You got a band. It's broken up quite a bit now. The radar representation really shows a tongue of dry air that's sucked into this thing over the last 45 minutes, really, from the west. I mean, Corpus Christi, we saw Corpus Christi a little bit earlier. They even had broken clouds right before the sunset there. So there was dry air there for sure to be had. It got sucked into this thing, and now it's like a comma coming in there now, Brad. It's open on the southwestern side. There's several vortices. I think this is going to be kind of a cool sort of situation when it does come on shore. It's broken up now to where you can really see it well in the radar representation, and it's got, how oftentimes when we see these the new satellite imagery where we've got a really well-formed eye, and then you get these little vortices inside of the eye wall that take place. We kind of got that going on here, that feature's going on, even though it's an open eye wall down to the south side. But that ought to be a really sort of weird thing. I don't know if you encounter the eye where you are, because it kind of wobbles a little bit further to the west. I think that's a little
Yeah.
surprising to everybody, is the little westward wobble.
Yeah.
From what it looked like. I mean, when it had an eye wall a couple of hours ago, I told Brett, I said, it's going north and maybe even a tick or two east of north.
Right.
But now it's kind of wobbled back around a little bit and elongated. The center is, 30, 40 miles wide there, if you will. But really cool. I think the representation on the radar is really cool, because you got these little 4 or 5 little areas inside of it that are sort of spinning around. And but that one band that's just offshore at the moment, which was part of what if you go back in time, was part of the eye wall, that has arced out now a little bit. I think that's where you're going to find your really highest wind speed that'll be coming in. And if you look at the radar, the the velocity data kind of relates to that as well. And a couple little spouts that keep showing up. Did you see my video? I saw a spout myself about 10 days ago.
I did not see that. I did not see that.
Dude, I'll have to send it to you.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Very
I
nice.
was out fishing. I saw a spout. My buddy he flipped out. I wanted to drive through it, and he was like, "No, we're leaving." But I got to see.
Yeah, we may miss. David, this was kind of a calculated thing. We may miss the eye. I knew that was possible.
Yeah.
If this were a stronger storm, if this were a Cat 3, Cat 4, Cat 5, obviously you want to be in the eye. You want to, as a storm chaser, you want to experience that really strong wind. With a lower end Cat 1 with 75 miles an hour, maybe 80, maybe max of 90. I'm not sure it even gets to Category 2 status or not. But that really what I'm focusing on is mainly the inland flooding as well as the storm surge. So that's really why we're down here.
Yeah, and tomorrow, with a little bit of heating during the day tomorrow and the dry air that's possible here, I think this is a little tornado business going on from noontime tomorrow on. They did issue a tornado watch. I guess you got everything I got, so I know you see it there. But it was pretty easy to see the spouts that were coming on shore. But even the energy has left. I don't know if you saw any lightning earlier.
Yep, a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit of lightning, but not too much.
Yeah, there's basically none now, or I see a few lightning strikes way offshore on the southeastern quad there coming in. But man, this baby is sucking in the dry air from the western side now.
It sure is. I don't know if you are a believer in the NATO cast, the infamous NATO cast. Online, but I don't know if you've looked at it tonight. But for tomorrow, they've got a bullseye over Shreveport at I think it's a 45% risk of tornadoes tomorrow. So I said that a couple days ago. I think the tornado potential is very high, especially in Louisiana tomorrow.
See if I can pull that up.
And maybe even like points to the east in the coming days.
I don't even know how this is derived. Do you know how this is?
No, I have no clue. I know they had a decent track record.
Yeah.
I think you're pulling it up right now. I can kind of see it. They had a little bit of a bullseye. I think over Shreveport. I may be mistaken on the location.
No, you're right. It's right there in the northwestern corner.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, yeah, my plan tonight is obviously, try to get some storm surge. I'm probably not going to stay in Surfside, because if I'm pretty much the only place to stay in Surfside is on the bridge. Yeah. If I do that, I'm going to be stuck here for another half day. So I'm probably going to try to get up to Lake Jackson.
Yeah.
And kind of watch it up there, and then I may dip out a little bit early and honestly try to track some of that tornado threat tomorrow.
I think that might be the play. I was telling Brett, I got a one of my first my first chase after being on television. This was I worked for CBS in Chattanooga, Tennessee, before you were born, Brad, and which I know is actually true. Before you were born, and the company CBS sent me to wanted me to follow Hurricane Gilbert. It was at the time it was the lowest central pressure ever measured in the Atlantic, and so it's getting a lot of media hype. And this is when it was east of the Lessers. I mean, it was just a bomb, just unbelievable. Typhoon Tip was the big story when I was in college. That was a Pacific cyclone, and it had 880 millibars, and even rumored to be lower. But so anyway, company sends me down there. I have a brand new Ford Ranger pickup truck. I'm in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I pick up a friend of mine, Steve Wyndham, who's worked at the Weather Channel ever since the day they opened. I picked him up in Atlanta. I picked up another guy who worked for the newspaper, the Post and Washington Post, and picked him up. FSU grads of mine, and we drove. John Hope, who was the with the Weather Channel at the time, he told us that we probably wouldn't have to go any further to the west than Ocean Springs, Mississippi. But it just kept getting further and further. The forecast kept coming up further and further west all the time as it was coming through the Southern Caribbean. And we ended up in Matamoros, Mexico. And the storm had gone from, it was 2,100 miles, and the storm had gone from a Category 5, a really strong Category 5 with 886 millibars, all the way to 75 miles per hour, making landfall. I drove all that way.
All the way to Mexico. Because, that is brutal.
Yeah. So I know what you're talking about because I left Matamoros. That was when you could drive across the border. I mean, you could just walk across it and nobody'd ask you any questions. I went to Brownsville and then drove across the border. I reported I had one of the first cell phones at the time in a bag that I had, and I did live shots for a lot of television stations along the way because I had the only cell phone. And my TV station was so cheap in Chattanooga, instead of paying me, they just got me things like my cell phone. And so I reported live from McAllen, Texas, the tower in McAllen, Texas. I reported live that day from Matamoros, and then we came northward. And I did see my first tornado out of that.
Okay.
That was the first time I was actually, I saw my first tornado at Sneed's Crossroads was the first one. I was 12. And, but I was really, really young in Alabama when I did see that one. But the first time I was in a vehicle was coming back and being on the right side of what was landfalling Hurricane Gilbert, and all through Texas, from really Brownsville northward, all through Port Lavaca. I saw a tornado, a couple of tornadoes coming back to Houston and through the area on the right side of what was a landfalling hurricane that kept traveling northward. So I told that whole story, Brad, to tell you it's not over with, bro.
No, it is never over with. The fun never stops, Dave.
Well,
fun never stops.
At least the scientific part of this never stops. And you know, I taught two guys how to drive a stick shift. It was a 5-speed Ford Ranger pickup truck, and they didn't know how to drive it. And everybody had evacuated. That was the one thing. I mean, that was back in the 80s. And when they told everybody to evacuate, they started to evacuate New Orleans because of its westward movement and the fact that they still thought it was going to be a major hurricane coming into the northern Gulf. This is how inaccurate hurricane forecasts were at this time.
It's come a long way.
Oh my God! Now, if 10 days ahead of time we miss it by 200 miles, people are upset. This thing originally had a forecast spot of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and ended up all the way down into Texas.
Mexico. Wow.
Southern Texas, Mexico. Came onshore, I think officially south of Brownsville, but 71 miles an hour. And and I did live shots for. It was kind of funny. I followed WSB had a satellite truck at the time out of Atlanta, and I followed them. And I did live shots along the way because there was another guy named David Neal who worked at the Weather Channel.
Okay.
And I picked up a bunch of live shots that I did for extra money, and used my bag.
Hey, I was gonna ask you, Dave. I was looking at some stuff for tomorrow too while we were talking for the tornado threat in Louisiana. I wouldn't rule out the chance of a few significant tornadoes either. Not just weak tropical tornadoes. Now
that I saw the NATO cast,
there I was just looking at some. I was looking at the short range HRRR model, and I wouldn't rule it out.
Well, and 2 days ago, this is always kind of, I love them. Look, SPC, I love them. I got friends that work there. Have they mentioned it yet? I mean,
their standard with SPC is every single time it's a landfalling tropical system, it's 5%. I don't think I've ever seen them go higher than 5% on a tropical system. I'm probably wrong on that, but in the past 5 years, I can't recall them ever going over 5% on tropical landfalling hurricane or tropical storm.
Yeah, but they didn't even 2 days ago. They didn't even.
No, they didn't have anything.
It wasn't a.
Nope.
It was like it's not even a landfalling hurricane.
I think they've got a 5% that goes all the way to southwest Little Rock.
Yeah.
Which I mean is the right area, but I doubt they increase it just in their track record.
Yeah.
We'll see. Boy, that's a heck of a band about to come up here in just a second, isn't it?
Yeah. What happened here? What was this? Oh, that was an MD that was issued quite a while ago. The increasing tornado potential MD that came out. I just saw it drawn there.
We haven't had a tornado yet, have we, Dave?
Had one warning earlier. I don't know that anything came of it, but it looked pretty. You know, the rep on the radar looked pretty good. It had a pretty good inbound, outbound, but it's the one scan stuff that is still kind of showing up.
Yeah,
certainly going to be low top, but after heating tomorrow can change that.
Yes, yep. It's so hard to chase these tropical tornadoes because it's literally one scan and they're gone and they're moving at it seems like the speed of sound. So
yeah, so far most of the motion's been 35 to 40 miles an hour. I've done them, I've done them when it was. I've done several where it was moving west at 95.
Yeah.
I did one time. Remember where that? If it was Elena or Kate moving west at 125.
Wow.
Yeah. I've done a couple of them like that in my lifetime, and you'd reread them and go,
that is insane. Wow.
But anyway, and Brad.
Yep.
Marcelo Zuna. Chris Sale.
On fire.
Yeah. You see our three.
Keep it going for the rest of the team.
You see our three guys going to the All-Star game?
All-Star. No, who's the third?
Chris Sale and Lopez.
Okay, yeah, they announced the pitchers tonight.
Yep.
Didn't they?
And Ozuna. I think it's just the three of them.
That's
unless I read it wrong.
That's not great, but
it's
what
okay.
it is.
There's a shutout
somebody
today.
just said on my YouTube channel, "Go Braves."
Go Braves!
Somebody's watching the LSM video and my stream at the same time.
Yeah, there's 73 of us on here right now.
Nice.
Including Michael Beard and Nick T. Says Freeport is the place to be looking at the moment. And Jennifer McMahon says she loves her some Brad. So.
All right. Well, good deal.
Dude.
Well, I am going to try to plan and figure out what my next move is going to be, and then, like I said, I don't know if you guys are planning on streaming.
We are
the tornado threat or not, but
we are.
I may be up there.
You're always Johnny on the spot when it comes to that stuff. I always worry about you. You know I do.
A blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
I always call you and make sure that you're safe. You got a beautiful baby.
Oh yeah, she is a mess.
Yep.
She is a mess.
So I want to make sure that you're safe. Brad Arnold again joining us here tonight, and Brad, I really appreciate it. It is 12:34. It's just after midnight now, still following what is a minimal hurricane at the moment, and seems to be breaking up quite a bit, at least as far as the intensity goes over the last hour and a half. Huge chunk of dry air coming in on the south side of this. Michael Beard and I were talking about this a little while ago, that all the preparation that goes into getting ready for one of these things as a storm analyst, a person who is out there, takes a little bit of the wind out of your sails when it comes up short like this. But it's also a situation where, and Brad would have testified to this as well, you don't want to see anybody lose their house. You don't want to see loss of life. You don't want to see anybody get injured. So there's a little bit of a sigh of relief sort of when you see this also. I've been on the wrong end of a couple of these situations before in my lifetime where I've been covering them, and it'll take a toll on you. It's like running up, like any one of the guys. And we got to get everybody together one night. LSM has a large plethora of guys and women who go out as well, and do this in order to help bring information to those of you who are watching. They do it for a job as well. Quite a few of them go out and they do this to make a living, and feeding information and video back to viewers, whatever platform you're on, across the board, whatever it might be. And it can take a toll on you. And I know the guys and women who've been out there over the last 3 or 4 months. It's been an unbelievable severe weather season, and everybody's probably, just the end of their rope when it comes to how many miles you've put on your vehicle and how many hotels you've stayed in, and just running and gunning. And I don't know of anybody who's probably sitting there going, "Dadgummit, I wish it would have done more damage." And still, the eye of this storm, the center of the storm, is still offshore, but I can say with some certainty the potential is no longer there for this to become a stronger system. Now, we're just now beginning to see some of the outer bands come on shore, the northern bands coming on shore, which would indicate to us whether or not we even have a hurricane anymore. The new outer bands that are coming on shore here around Freeport, we'll find out in a few moments. We'll find out where Brad's at. We'll find out where Brett's at. Finally, we'll be getting some information that comes from the ground, and we will know. And again, you see their videos. Just cycle through their videos full screen, Jarvis, from time to time, and because each one of them should be in the height of the storm as we go through the next couple of hours. That's Brett Adair, who has yet to speak to us tonight. Brett is a part of this situation that we have here. Maybe we give that guy, Brett Adair, a call and to see if he'll speak with us, because he is supposed to. And you want me to text him? Can you text Brett and tell him I'd really like for him to speak to us, because he needs to. Anyway, Brett, Bob Pack. I'd love to talk to him as well. I don't know if Bob is watching us, but we're watching you, Bob. Bob has a lot of history. Bob worked with the Weather Channel for many, many years, and several other services out there and networks. Bob's got a long history of being on storms like this, of this sort of a situation. Tyler Kurtz is also still out there. We've been watching Tyler's video for quite some time now. He's at a up and down kind of video there, but right now, over the next hour or two, is when the worst of the weather seems to be coming closer and closer to shore. That outer band is getting closer to shore, and we're going to start to see more and more in the way of the heaviest of precipitation that'll start coming on shore in the next hour or two, and the highest winds will be associated with that. The threat for tornadoes on the right-hand side of this, the north and right-hand side of this, is going to be increasing as we go through the next several hours too. Jamaica Beach over to Galveston, just now beginning to see some of the heavier rain coming into the Houston Hobby area, and over to Baytown. There is a flash flood watch that's in effect here. There's also a tornado watch that's in effect. That is the red area that you see on the screen. That is a tornado watch that's in effect. It goes all the way up to Conroe, over to Lumberton. And as we saw just a few moments ago, that'll exist during the day. Coming up tomorrow on Tuesday. Well, no, excuse me. It is Monday. So it'll be Monday afternoon when that approaches. And that'll be a good indication of what happens, especially during the latter part of the day. We'll look at the HRR in just a couple of minutes, the model output. Again, the center of the storm is still, they're going to have a hard time saying when this thing comes on shore. This is going to be the western or northwestern center, which is no longer really a tight, compact center any longer. It looks more like an open wave of low pressure, if you will, almost with a little feature down here like this. but it is still a cyclone, low pressure center, rotating counterclockwise. There's your low pressure center. Winds are coming in like this out of the north, and even coming in out of the west down here to the south, coming in out of the south over here, and in this direction right here. There's a spinning top going like this. And so where you look at it on the radar, if you look at it like that, these banding features, the winds are going to be parallel to the banding features. When you see it like this on radar, that'll be the wind there. A lot of times when a hurricane of this magnitude, and if they back off of it being a hurricane, you'll have to tell me in my ear, Jarvis, because I'm not really monitoring everything at the same time. I guess I should be, or I could be. Is he? All right. Why don't we talk to him? Or can you not get Brett to talk to us? Okay. All right. If it sounds like I'm talking to myself, I'm not. I got a dude in my ear that's helping out here. Jarvis, you've heard me talk about several times. Jarvis is with us, and so he's going to try to effort putting everybody together here. We got Cajun forecast. Cajun. Wait until August. Milton people in Florida have no homeowners insurance. That's going to turn out bad. All right. Michael Beard is still there. What category is it now? It is a 1, if you want to call it that. Yes, it will be a factor in Houston. It just hasn't gotten there yet. Computer modeling suggests that the worst of the weather comes about 3, starting 3 or 4 in Houston. But the worst of the weather will be during the early part of the daylight hours on, this morning, on Monday morning. But the northwestern part of what we would consider, even though it looks pretty bad here, is the western side. The northwestern side of the eye wall is what? 18 miles or so from coming on shore, at least getting to Matagordo. About 18 miles away from getting to Matagordo. I wonder if I could do this. Radar brightness. I didn't know it would do that. That shows you you can see the shoreline a little bit better. There's the shoreline right there. And there's the actual radar. So we're about 15 miles from the northwestern part of the center coming on shore. And if I slow this down, let's see if I do it like that. It's just a huge wobbling sort of low pressure center at the moment. And I guess just from radar representation, I'd put it kind of like in there. The actual sort of center, if there is such a thing, would be right in this area right here. That's horrible. Just stop that. I'm just going to draw it as a low pressure center right here. Right about there. All right. Jesse Dana, do you think it'll be a big problem in the woodlands? So the woodlands, Houston, when you start talking about what's happening up into this area, first of all, you got a really high rain threat that'll be coming in. I mean, there may be 6-7 inches of rainfall in the woodlands. The woodlands is far enough to the north that I think we'd already determined by the modeling that this is probably the worst of your weather comes, I'm going to say from 12 p.m. During the day today up until about 4 o'clock is when the weather is probably going to be the worst. Let me look at the model again in just a few moments, and as we look at the model, we'll see if it's still on that same track where the low pressure ends up being around College Station at about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If that is still the case, then your weather there north of Houston is going to end up being at its worst probably sometime between noon and 3 o'clock into the afternoon, coming up during the day today. I keep saying tomorrow. I'm sorry. It's after midnight now. It is 12:45 Central Time, 1:45 into the east. Which, if we were a radio station, that's what I would be saying at this point. What else I'm gonna look at? Got a couple of people beginning to drive now. In fact, all three of the videos that we currently have on the air right now are people driving around. I guess that's going to be Brett and Tyler and Brad Arnold are able to drive now. So the rain seems to have let up just a little bit since all that took place. What do we got here? Still the same. Tornado watch is that's the tornado watch. By the way, it goes until 10 a.m. Central Time. Watch number 513. Tornado watch till 10 a.m. And that's going to go as far to the east as the Sabine River and as far to the north as College Station. But we'll probably see that change during the day coming up. And, there'll be certainly going to be more indications of that going through the day. And we find out how unstable the atmosphere actually is. Let me update this. 04. No. Is it really just 04? What is wrong with that? Give me 1 second here. I'm sorry. I'm going to talk to myself for just 1 second because I got to look something up. I am. Hurry up.
I wouldn't go that far.
Who is it? Oh, Bob. BP.
How's it going?
Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
Bob,
guys
thank you
remember-
for joining us, man. Were you trying to take a nap and he woke you?
Well, I was about 12 minutes into a combat nap,
Oh.
but all of a sudden I feel refreshed because anytime Brandon Jarvis pings my phone, it just alerts me like crazy. I don't know why, because I don't even like the guy.
Well, the majority of us would probably say the same thing about any time I get a text from him. I'm either worried about the fact that he's in Vegas and he got married again, or I owe him. He wants the money that I owe him, and he needs it like in the next 24 hours, which means he's probably, in jail. But no, he's a pretty cool dude. He's running everything behind the scenes here while I just get to talk, and so that's what really excites me. I used to try to do this all by myself, and it was so bad that we ended up being taken off the air. Bob, so let's talk a little bit about what you've seen so far. I know you've been doing this for a long, long time. How long have you been doing this, Bob? Actually,
A few decades, let's just say that.
A few decades. What was your first? I mean, what was the first time you, in an official capacity, sort of as a professional?
Probably 1982.
82.
Yeah.
What was that going to be? What storm was that?
Oh, well, it wasn't a hurricane. It was just, severe weather stuff. But
yeah, where were you living?
I've always been in the same area of Texas. Never ventured any more than 25 miles from where I was born and raised. So basically the College Station area is where I've been around. Yeah, my whole life. So,
okay.
To come down here, I mean, it was great. I went to Port Lavaca, and ironically, I'll go down there. I've got an old classmate that lives in Port Lavaca, so I had lunch with her today, and then I shot back up. I'm in Bay City right now.
Yeah.
Was down in Matagorda earlier, and not a place I want to stay. So,
because of the surge possibilities, or?
Yeah, I mean that when I was down there, I mean, it was like maybe a foot from covering the road already, and we really didn't have a great onshore flow at that time yet, and that band was just moving in, so you knew that surge was just about to really start picking up. So I went ahead and got out of there. I guess there's maybe still some people down there. I don't know, but I'm not taking those chances.
Is there like one main road in and out, or?
That's it. When you go over to Matagorda Peninsula, there's a bridge that goes over it, and that's it. And again, you go, I don't know, it's maybe 4 or 5 miles before you get actually right down to the Gulf Coast. But you've got water, marshland and stuff on both sides of you, and a channel. So yeah, if that road goes under, there's nowhere to go. Yeah. The whole thing goes underwater. So even the residences along that road, I saw one place with one vehicle still there, and the lights were still on. Of course, it was elevated. All of those homes are elevated, but his vehicle or her vehicle was still parked at the bottom. Lights were on. I was the only person in 50 homes that I saw that was still there.
Really?
Now, I'm going to assume that they left by now, but I don't know. I'm not going to go down there and check. Let's just put it that way.
So, yeah, you've seen this sort of a situation before down there. I'm assuming with, I don't think there's any way. I've been doing this for a while myself. I'd be the most surprised man in America if you told me this was going to be anything other than what it is at the moment. There's a ton of dry air coming in on the southwestern side of this thing now that looks to prevent it from being much more than anything. And so what would you expect to be on the worst end of this in this area down here, especially somebody just said that we were going from low to high tide. I didn't really check that out, but you know about this area well enough to know what that could mean?
It could mean another couple of feet actually in storm surge, especially down there at Matagorda. And yeah, I was seeing that dry air. It looked like it really was being ingested for the last couple of days. What we're going to get here, what is the difference? I mean, if we have 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm or 75-mile-an-hour hurricane, the impacts are going to be the same thing anyway. So I'm just sitting here. I actually had my computer screen down. I couldn't even tell you where it was, but now I see where it is, and I don't even think it's a hurricane yet. You can tell me that because I haven't been watching.
They recalled it. Right at 11 o'clock. Recon we had a 74-mile-per-hour wind out there at the Buoy, so they went ahead and called it a hurricane again. But then it really opened up on the south side. It calmed out, and I haven't seen them update it. I'm sure they don't want to go hurricane, not hurricane, hurricane, not hurricane. But
at this point you're splitting hairs. I mean, call it a hurricane. That gets people's attention more, just be aware. Don't get in the way of things that can hurt you. That's basically the message people need to be receiving.
So you look at the modeling here, and tomorrow the model has it as a low pressure again just east of College Station between there and Huntsville, and has some 65 mile per hour gusts in College Station and Huntsville at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That being the case, are you worried about that? I was talking earlier. I remember there was derecho that went through a little. What was it? Not long ago, and that's not a big deal, is it?
Not really. It would become more of a big deal. You're going to get some limbs that are going to break and things like that. I don't think that there's going to be a great deal of rainfall ahead of that wind. So you're not going to get really bad saturation in the soil where, trees can just lay over. So yeah, there will be some power outages and whatnot. And, of course, I'm going to be right behind this, actually heading back up there during the course of the day tomorrow, basically making my way home. So I'll be kind of checking things, assessing things as I go up, depending on what route I take. I prefer to stay out of Houston.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's the one thing people also don't understand. You know, you're going to get gusts of 65. It's the same thing you get with some thunderstorms,
Right.
except these are going to be more repetitive for a while. So, you know, just because puff of wind came, we think it's over. It's not. It's slow enough. There's going to be some damage, but I don't think it's going to be anything significant, really.
So, and the other part of this is more and more now as I look at this. Brett and I were talking about this actually 2 days ago. I guess we were talking about this on the air. Seems like a pretty good setup for a tornado threat on the east side of this whole thing, and especially over near the Sabine, anywhere along the river there northward. In fact, SPC, they don't go gangbusters over these, they don't, but there's a slight risk for that area during the 24-hour period tomorrow. And is that something you're going to go after, or are you just going to go home? You're going to go back to College Station?
Up to a certain point, I will go after it, but the thing is, I'm probably not going to get on that northeast quadrant of this because this is going to run almost over me here in a couple of hours.
Right.
And, for safety reasons, I don't want to try to punch through all this stuff. If it's still dark, especially, you can have debris on the road that you just don't pick up quick enough. So I don't want to take any chances with that. But, there's one little thing that I've been thinking about for, I guess, a couple of days. And, that fact that we had this frontal boundary move down yesterday and pulled up stationary, technically, I mean, that boundary is kind of still there. That may actually be assisting in tornado formation tomorrow. So,
yeah,
there's going to be, we had a tornado warning just, an hour and a half ago or whatever. Something came on shore. The tornado warning lasted for all of 4 minits. And
it was 4 minutes
That's
total.
What it's going to be, especially, was it total?
It was 4 minutes total.
Yeah, so I posted about it. About the time I hit the post, and it was gone. I said, okay, typical tropical system.
Yeah. These look a little bit different. I mean, these are going to be in the afternoon, a little bit of daytime heating sort of a thing if you get that over there, and there's a little bit more reason to believe that there could be a little bit more energy involved on that side. And I don't know, that'll be something that I'm sure we'll be watching during the day tomorrow as well. And Bob, you got to be exhausted. I know it's been a long season so far. Have you been traveling a lot?
Yeah, I did a lot. I was on a project. I didn't get to do a lot last year because I was on a project. Brandon knows what it was. Some movie that's fixing to come out.
Yeah.
But I wanted to get back and do more this year. I was on another project in March, and then I said April and May, I want to do weather. I gotta keep doing that. So I pretty much committed myself to that. But I got to a point, I think it was May 25th or 26th or 27th. I pulled up to Lubbock, Texas after a day of severe weather. I'm in front of a hotel, and all of a sudden I just said to myself, I'm tired. I'm going home.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, I left Lubbock and drove all the way home. I got home 7.5 hours later at 4:54 in the morning and did nothing. And then I ended up getting another project I did in June. And I'm going to start another one. And today is Monday now, technically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Next week, midweek, I got to start another one. And so this is the fourth one in 14 months. And I'm
yeah,
I'm supposed to be kind of retired, but why am I getting so busy? Why are all these opportunities coming up? But you know what? You don't put the surfboard up if the waves keep coming, and no pun intended that we got a tropical system going on.
No, I know. That's true, man. I've been retired for 3 years, and I worked hard in the last 3 months. Of course, I was fishing most of that time, but it's
I burnt myself on fishing as a young man, I'll tell you.
I'm making up for that.
Seriously. Oh God, live near a lake and go out and deep bottom fish for catfish and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just about 3 or 4 nights a week. Stay out there 2 a.m. doing that. I got to the point where I burned myself out.
Yeah.
Just like anything else, you can burn yourself out if you do it too much.
I don't think I could get burned out on fishing though, Bob. I grew up on the water over in Alabama. I grew up on the water all my life, and I went to school at Florida State. And I was a guide there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was a guide.
I'm sorry
there.
to hear that. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was just talking to the guy who issued the a few minutes ago, Jack Bevan, who works at the Hurricane Center. He and I we graduated together at FSU, and
Okay.
yeah, and what was I saying? Oh, I was a guide over there, and so I loved fishing. I love the Gulf Coast. I love fishing over there, and spent a lot of time. I just got back from spending 3 months down there helping a guy with a guide service, try and get his stuff back together. But anyway, I appreciate your time, and I know you're busy, and I've been a fan of yours for a while. And you do a great job, and I appreciate your professionalism when you're out and about. And
Well,
thank you for talking to us tonight,
well,
despite Jarvis.
well, yeah. Well, I appreciate that compliment. I just, passion has never left, but
Yeah.
sometimes you just get physically and mentally tired. And when you get to that point, you got to take a step back, and, you can't do them all. So
No.
this one's close to home. I mean, if I left here right now, I would be, well, not tonight. I couldn't drive,
Yeah.
make it in time, that amount of time. But if I left under normal circumstances, if I left from where I am right now, I'm home in like 2 hours, 2.5
Wonderful.
tops. So
Wonderful.
that's easy living right there.
Let me ask you one more quick question. So it is Monday, and we're getting back to it's still summertime, so kids aren't in school. But how would this affect an area like Houston? How has this? I mean, I guess this. There was a thought 24 hours ago. This might end up being west of a little bit more of a track west of Houston that would have less of an impact in Houston. And I think it's no doubt going to have an impact in Houston, especially early in the morning at drive time, and especially, I mean, the center of the low is not even to College Station, just past the Woodlands, if you go by the HRR, 3 or 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to be trailing through Houston. What would be the impacts there tomorrow?
Flooding. I mean, you think about it, 2 inches of rain, you get street flooding to start with, and it's just going to be compounded by. I mean, even if that low is sitting up there, like you just mentioned, I mean, you're still going to get a huge suction of moisture still being pummeled into the Houston area from the Gulf. So, yeah, they're going to have their problems, and that's going to probably extend I-45 east. I don't even know what the actual track is anymore. I have not looked since 10 o'clock, I guess. So, anywhere east of that,
So the QPF,
it's keep on.
Let's see, the QPF through 5 p.m. Tomorrow has 6.5 inches of rain in Huntsville, has 4.5 in College Station, it's come down a little bit now. Again, I think the HRR is picking up on the dry air because there's a huge cutoff on the western side. Like Austin Round Rock has no precip. College Station has 4.5 inches. So that's the side of a descending air, right? Yeah. So
you're not gonna get anything.
Earlier 2 hours ago, the HRR had 8-9 inches of rain in Houston, and now it's cut it back. The QPF through 5 p.m. says 4.5 inches, and then the rain is about over with then. So maybe not a huge deal. Lake Jackson 7 inches, Galveston 5-6 inches, something like that.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I want to say this. Sometimes I don't trust QPFs on some of those things. The one that I trust a lot more than the others, I give it a little more merit, and that's the NAM as far as rainfall. But that's my professional opinion. Your professional opinion may differ. I mean, Jim Contori's professional opinion may differ.
Who's that?
All, what do we think? Some guy over in Atlanta.
I worked with Jim there at the Weather Channel for a while.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Oh yeah.
I hadn't seen him in like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, we worked together. We were never on the air at the same time. So the NAM has like you for 1 inch, but Huntsville for 5 inches. Houston for 8. But this is the 0Z. That came out. I'm a NAM guy myself. I never liked the NAM for anything tropical.
Well, you want to hear a little tidbit about this? I never looked at a single forecast model on this system.
Yeah.
I just wanted to look at environment and steering mechanisms, and highs, lows. We had the trough in the middle of the country. We had the high east, high west. The people in California that got baked,
Yeah.
with 118 degrees or whatever. Yeah, that's inhuman.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all that's all been kind of crazy. And then we got another the weather's, what was it? It was 125 today at Death Valley. I know not many people live there, but even around there it's been pretty bad. And let's see, the one last thing I was going to tell you.
I've been through there, and I don't. It's boring.
Yeah, is it? I've never been there.
Yeah, it's boring.
I was in
Don't
Lubbock, though.
waste your
Now, I was
time.
invited out to Texas Tech one time to use the tornado cannon. You were talking
Oh,
about
okay.
Lubbock.
I saw earlier today. I ran into three guys and stopped and talked to them along a highway somewhere north of Port Lubbock. They were putting the instruments out, and they were from Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I spent a week out there
So
shooting
I told them,
4x4s.
I don't care which school you went to.
Yeah, they had me come out. I did. I was doing some stuff. I was doing several different things, but I was working with the National Weather Service on producing, at the time, in-home steel reinforced severe ways to build an inside of your home, way of protecting yourself. And so we went out there and we were shooting 4x4s at different kind of structures. I just had a little presidential moment there for a minute. But anyway, Bob, that's where we are, man. I appreciate you joining us, and thank you so much. We just got an error. We may have been knocked off the air here. YouTube is not receiving enough money from you to continue. No, I don't know. Bob Hack is joining us. Bob, thank you so much. I really appreciate you being with us. Try to get you a little bit of a nap there. Drive carefully, okay?
Oh, it's okay. I'm just watching. It looks like that. Yeah, I got some pretty good stuff heading up in here just in the next little while.
Yep.
So I probably won't go back to sleep. You guys have awakened me.
Well, that's you can blame that on Jarvis. Blame that on Jarvis.
I guess I can.
And we're going to go from the exciting Bob Pack. Bob, now we're going to transition over and do a little segue to meteorologist Brett Adair, who is still napping. I think I see him napping.
I have to hear him talk if he's napping because he's going to be. Love Brett to death, man. Where is he? Is he still over in Freeport area?
Yeah, he is. I think he's over there, and I don't know. I smell brisket in the car, so I think Heath is with him. Heath is driving, so
yeah, he is. Yeah, see, I'm a solo. I never have driver. I got to do all this multitasking
Brett
stuff for myself.
Drive anywhere. Brett doesn't drive. I don't think he drives. I don't think on a regular day. I think Brett has a driver. I'm pretty sure.
I tell you what. Somebody told me. I don't know if Brett's listening to this, but somebody told me he didn't even have a driver's license.
Well, I've never seen it. I've never seen it. He always uses mine when we go in, and he always makes me buy him alcohol.
Oh gosh, photos or it didn't happen.
Yeah,
right.
Yep,
right. Well, anyway, I'm going to ride this out right here in Bay City. There's no reason for me to do anything different right now. It's dark, so we'll see what tomorrow holds.
All right, Bob. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate you. And are we going to go right into Brett here? Brett? Do you see this error that's coming up? Don't worry about it till there's smoke coming out of the monitor. Yeah. All right. I'm cool with that. Well, I see Brett. He's kind of smiling like he was listening to us, or I wouldn't have said half the stuff I just said about him.
Well, I was hoping he was listening because I wanted him to hear what I had to say about him.
I know. And I saw him. He was there. Who's under the bridge? Is somebody under a bridge? What's the LF5? Who's LF5? That's pretty good. Bryce Shelton.
Check.
Hey, B.
Hey guys. Hey, I sent a video over, Jarvis. You might want to pull in. We're just north of Freeport now. We left down to your Surfside. We're gonna head back down that way here on Highway 257. But we stopped in Jamaica Beach and we had like, I don't know, 5 or 6 successive power explosions off of this power circuit here, and it's come back on, and there's a couple homes underneath it, and it's shooting sparks all over them every time it does it. And I'm assuming people are home. At least it looks that way. So, yeah, it's kind of not a great situation there.
Keep Brett's audio up, but pull up that LF5. Where was that? Because I want him to see this
Go
too.
ahead.
Or LF7 looks pretty good. Who's LF7? Brett, can you see the output?
I think I know Bryce is down there. I know,
Yeah.
I know Brian M. Finger's also down there. It looks good. It's going to get nasty. We've got some nasty winds left to right coming across the road here too. We're going to go back down that way. We've got to cross the Galveston toll bridge to get there, but I gotta keep a real close eye because the winds are flipping.
Yeah. I mean, we've been watching this on radar. I don't know how close you've been able to watch the radar, but you see the little vortices that have popped up in the middle of this whole thing where there used to be an eye wall. Now there's like 3 or 4 different little vorts kind of dancing around each other, at least 3 of them there. But and then Brad Arnold, Brad was on with us just a few moments ago, and he's now somewhere there, but he's looking at a building on stilts, and wind looks pretty wicked there as well.
Yeah, I think he's down near Sharky's on Surfside Beach.
Is that where he is?
I think so. That looks like the building. If not, it's very close to it. We were there a little while earlier. That is water inundation around him right there too. I don't know if you see it.
Yeah.
But that's supposed to be roadway, so that's likely the tide beginning to flip and the storm surge coming in on Brad's location there.
Before I say it's not going to be much.
Yeah, don't ever do that.
So we're looking at, if you look at the radar with me, and I know you got it there in front of you as well.
Okay.
The fetch is going to change quite a bit now in the next, hour. The fetch is going to come from all different kind of angles. I mean, like every 10 minutes, it ought to change, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, and you've got, is that radar scope you've got pulled up right there?
Yeah.
Why don't you see if you can, I'm going to send Jarvis something to throw on the air. Look at Sargent, Texas, because I'm going to send him a graphic here along with my video. This graphic's very important, I think, that we get it on the air. It's the storm tidal surge has risen 2 feet at the tidal gauge at Sargent, Texas in the last 6 minutes.
See if I can find it.
I just posted it in the Discord there, David. You could, if you've got a way to pop that up, you can see that graphic. Just posted it for you. That is a significant tidal rise. And I mean, we're just on the flip side of the low tide cycle now. And that gauge is shooting straight up. I think that might be where Brian M. Finger's at, to be honest with you.
What did you call it again? Where was the place at?
Sargent, Texas.
That's got to be somewhere between Jamaica Beach and Galveston, maybe?
No, that's south.
South of Freeport?
Yes. Yep. Matter of fact, it's due south of Bay City. Just east of Matagorda City.
All right. Just doesn't show up. Like, I got County Road 457. I don't.
I'll tell you what, here's a better reference. It's southwest of Lake Jackson. There you go. that is a pretty picture, not a pretty picture right there when you see the water gauge go up that quickly, and it is on the immediate northeast side of the center of circulation right now.
Sargent. S-A-R-G.
Yes.
How did you come across that? I mean, is that? Okay.
I'll show you how I came across it. I'm gonna post it in the same deal there, so you guys can see it.
You can pull it up. Well.
Yeah, there it is.
I got it on my first my iPad here. I'm not really sure. See how it came back down though the next minute? I don't know if that was a bad.
No, it's not a bad. I got a report from down in that area. Storm surge pushing over the seawall rapidly now, and that's a human report. That's not just the gauge. So.
Yeah, but I wonder if that little spike right there, if that was real or not, because you see the graph went right back down again. Or if that's even, I don't know. We'll see. Find out in a minute.
Yeah, that's a crazy spike there. So I wouldn't doubt that it'll come down some, but it's definitely rising rapidly regardless.
So at 1 o'clock. And at 1:06.
We're passing the Galveston Island toll bridge. We're going on top of the bridge now. I'm going to cross, going down here toward Surfside.
We have his front camera, Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm still live. You got access.
Couple things. Yeah, there it is. Couple things I want to talk to you about too is, have you seen the NATO cast for tomorrow?
No, I have not. But given the amount of dry air that we've seen wrap into this system, I can only imagine that we're going to see a couple EF1, EF2 type tornadoes and probably some little mini supercells in Texas, Louisiana tomorrow.
Where would you think, without seeing it, where would you think the bullseye is?
Well,
we talked about
because it goes through tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. Yeah, that's exactly what I would think. It's going to go right on that right side of this thing, and as it wraps that dry air in, and it gets unstable because it's 900 degrees Fahrenheit right now because we're in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
It's going to be unstable as this stuff moves in there. Ooh, we got a heck of a crosswind onshore flow here. So we're
where is that again? You said that's Freeport Bridge.
We're going across. This is the Galveston toll bridge.
Oh, the Galveston.
Yeah, this goes down to Treasure Island and down into the Freeport Surfside Beach area. So this is where we're moving toward right now.
Not even really abandoned there yet.
No, well, I don't think the radar is picking up on it too well either. I think we're going to continue going down. I'm watching the tidal gauges very, very closely. I can tell you that as we continue our way toward the south.
Is there a parallel road there what are those cars doing there?
Well, this is the high spot in the road, if there is one. They bring the cars and put them up here in the median access on Highway 257 out of, this is Treasure Island, and then to the left right here is San Luis Pass. I don't know.
Treasure Island.
Yep, you can see the signs flopping really hard now.
So you're on 257.
I am on 257. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just out my window right here in just a second is Bayside. So there's actually water, but that's the bay water that's off to the right, and not the Gulf of Mexico water that's off to the left. But that will be making its way in here at some point.
Yeah, and if there are any ripples in it at all, that's coming in that area there in the velocity data. Let's see. You wouldn't know it if a spout went by you, though, would you? It'd have to go right
No.
on top of you.
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, I do see the ripples definitely just a little bit to the south here.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, like if you look offshore there, you can see when there's a little spout popping up offshore. I mean, you can follow them on in, every one of them, and
Yep.
they're just tiny
all right,
little
slow up a little
reflections.
bit. Yep, slow up, slow up. Where's this water coming from? Okay.
Go back to him full screen there.
Low beams. I can't see jack. We need to turn around. We can't even see
Yeah,
to get down here.
see that.
There's water over the road.
Power, that's electricity, isn't it?
Yeah, there's electricity.
You haven't seen
We
any
got
dark
water,
areas
though.
where there wasn't electricity or anything like that? I guess it'd take a lot down there for you to lose electricity.
Hold up. We're gonna turn in right here and take a look. We're at let's see, what is this? We're at the Blue Water Port.
Blue water what? We lose him there? Hang with him. Hang with you here, Brett.
Hold on. I'm yeah, sorry, I had a
What'd you call it again?
the Blue Water Resort right here, north of Freeport's where we're located right now. Woo, it's getting kill the lights up top, Heath. Well, heck. My dang lens is fogged up.
It still looks pretty wicked.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the wrong lens. It's on the inside. We probably need to start moving in the
Jarvis, I
other
don't know if you can
direction.
throw
Whoa.
him.
Is that all it was?
So Brett is south and west of Galveston, due south of Houston, if you will, just to the north of Freeport in this little area here where the bay is just off to the north. Bastrop Bay is what that is called, the Chocolat Bay area, and down to Surfside Beach, which is just south and
Go ahead
west of
and
him a
turn the
little
light back
bit.
on here.
And he just came across the bridge, so he's headed southwestward. And if you look, I'm showing you here on the map where he is exactly, because I want you to know, to his left is the ocean, the Gulf. To his right is Mud Island, Bastrop area. The Intercoastal Waterway runs right through that area there, too, coming out of the pass. And water is being pushed up into that area because there is a wind that is perpendicular right now to the coastline as the storm approaches from the west. There are little bitty inundations. You can see them out here on the velocity data. Those are possible water spouts that would be coming into that area. I.e., the worst of the weather is just now approaching this region
I think we
around
need to go back.
Freeport over to
Thoughts?
Jamaica Beach. And we're listening to him and
Hold on just
Heath
one second.
live. I'll let you hear. When was that? 69. So at 106, Brett, there was a 70-mile-per-hour wind, mesonet, measured at Matagorda Bay. But what he's currently seeing, what we were watching there, and you can go back to him full if you want to. Yeah. And what you're seeing is he is in this area right here that we were looking at just moments ago. He's there just to the north of Freeport, like right in here is where Brett is. And this stuff is coming in perpendicular now at an angle that is anti drainage. It's anti-drain. It is a probably at the height, if you will, at least as far as the vector is concerned, as far as the fetch is concerned, it's at the height of storm surge probably at this point from here on until the actual center of the storm comes on shore. But the wind is blowing across the roadway as I don't know if they turned around and they went back north again. Brett, can you hear me at all? When he turned around, and Jarvis, I don't know if you know this or not, if that is the bay to his left, and I can't even tell the direction of the wind anymore, or I would know if he was going south. But you're riding along live, by the way. You're live right now with Brett in his vehicle, along with Heath, and coming up on a little bit of debris there in the roadway. I don't know if the water was across the road or what happened there, but he's turned around again just to confuse me, because I don't know if that was the first or the second time that he turned around.
All right, David, can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you.
All right, sorry about that.
No, you're going north or south now?
You're going north or south now?
Well, almost like he's in between rain bands there. At the moment, you can see the power is still on. There's still plenty of power into the area. I don't see any houses that don't look like they have power on at the moment. The palm trees are swaying as they typically do, but nothing they can't handle. And then the tremendous downpours take place. You see what's happening is you get a little lull, and I think he came in between little rain bands there for a few moments, and they had a break in the amount of precipitation, how hard it was, and then boom, you're back in that 2-inch per hour kind of stuff, and then you can't see your hand in front of your face even when you're in the car. Notice the street signs, they're kind of wobbling back and forth too. Just another sign that the wind's really beginning to pick up in some of these areas here from Freeport to Jamaica Beach, and now probably even up into Galveston as well. And the poorly defined eye is just now, the northern part of what I would call the eye is just now edging along the coast, just south of Matagorda. And we can hear Brett again. Wow. I don't know who's in the upper right, but it's kicking. Did we lose Brett there? We'll be coming back shortly to Brett and everybody else. I mean, we've been sort of been traveling along with everybody off and on, and seeing where everybody was. We've also got Tyler Kurtz, who's out there. Tyler's going to be joining us here in just a couple of seconds. Somebody just asked about Tyler a few moments ago, but I think we're going to have him on the air here in just a few moments. Tyler, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Tyler, let's talk about where you are, and put his video up there so we can sort of see what's going on as well. I don't know which one is Tyler. Do we have video from him? There we go. Tyler, looks pretty wicked, dude. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm just to the north of Matagorda at the Buc-ee's here. Actually, probably closer to Wade's Mouth, I believe is what it's called. Absolutely getting rocked here over just the last minute or so since joining this. Yeah, there's some wind coming at me. Some very intense winds. This flag over there is kind of holding on for dear life. Got these trees in front of me rocking as well. These little tiny bushes. Very intense. Just like I said, over the last couple minutes, you can see these rain bands very quickly come. Minor tree damage in the area so far. Minor damage at the gas station just a couple miles up the road. Nothing too significant yet. Probably going to try getting a little bit further toward Matagorda, towards the beach, as long as the flooding is not too significant, as that looks like where it's going to be official landfall for this Category 1 Hurricane Beryl.
Yeah. Tyler, are you waiting on landfall, dude? Because I think it's landfalling. It looks like right now in your video, it's kind of landfalling. Are you on that one road? What is it? 457?
I'm not for sure.
Okay, you're on the road there.
Yeah, I'm not for sure on that exact road. Oh shoot, you guys are using my actual live stream camera, not the video.
Yeah, we got you. We got you live, bro.
All right, let me point that. There we go.
Is this the worst that you've seen so far?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there were some winds. I was down at Sargent Beach a little bit ago. Nothing like this though. These have definitely been the strongest.
See something kind of wobbling over there in the distance. I hope that's not your driver. What is that?
That's a flag.
Oh, a flag. Okay. I thought it was going to be one of those wacky, wild and wacky things. It was, come join us. Oh, I see that. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty wicked. Now that's some pretty strong wind right there. Just south of you, I don't know if you saw the little storm report, but there was a 70-mile-per-hour mesonet recording there at Palacios just a little while ago, and just to the southwest of Matagorda, actually, and a couple more right around the 70-mile-per-hour mark, so it's very possible you got some of that kind of wind right now. And this is what looks to be the very northern part of, I guess you could still consider it broken eye wall that's coming on shore right now, and you might even get in, Tyler. You might even be in sort of a lull here, like in the center of the storm. Like in a few more minutes, it looks like actually it ought to let up. Maybe.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try. Like I said, getting a little bit further south. Hopefully, the flooding down towards Matagorda Beach isn't too terrible. Although I'm sure it is because the Colorado River is right there as well.
You've been in and out of there during the day today, haven't you?
Yeah, I was down there.
So you know the road well.
Yeah.
Any power outages? I mean, it looks like you got quite a bit of lighting there at the moment, at least ambient lighting outside.
Yeah, where I'm currently at this, I'm at a Buc-ee's. There's still power here. When I was driving on whatever road, this west road from Sargent Beach to here, there was a power flicker at one point for a house and then a light off the distance, but it was very quick and then came right back on.
All right, brother. Looks like your name is Bennett because you're in it, and it's kicking right now. But if it wobbles on around like it looks like it's going to do on the radar, you might be. I don't know if there's necessarily going to be a clearing, but you're probably in the center of the storm here in the next few minutes, and we'll be checking back in with you. I appreciate you spending time with us. Now, I want you to be safe, so I want you to get off the phone with us, do what you need to do. If I was going to get stuck somewhere, a Buc-ee's, I think, is the place I'd rather be stuck at.
Yeah, definitely. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Tyler. Tyler Kurtz, who we've been watching his video off and on through the afternoon and the evening, and he takes a moment there with us. He is pulled over at a Buc-ee's. They're just outside of Matagorda that we were looking at in what appears to be, if you ask me, on radar, appears to be the very northern fringes of what was at one time an eye wall. I think this is the center of the storm at the moment. Here's Matagorda. This is where Tyler was just moments ago, not too far off of that area. Again, we had 60-mile-per-hour winds. Here's a new storm report over here at Port O'Connor that 56, and 55. Throw Bryce up there. What's Bryce got? Bryce Shelton. He's showing, this is again storm inundation. This is where the water is crossing the roadway. There's an automobile that just pulled into the water. I'm not really sure. Oh, that's the rear part. It's a truck. Wow. Now the truck's going to back up. See, here's the bad part about this is I don't think anybody knows where the roadway is right there. But some of the highest winds so far that we've seen with the storm coming in to the area now, we're really exponentially seeing the wind pick up quite a bit at all of these locations. Again, a new report coming in just a second ago at 126, a 75 mile per hour wind gust on the Mesonet. So it is still, this is the Mesonet station there at MGB in Matagorda Bay. And that was a 75 mile per hour wind. I don't know if it was a gust, but I'll find out in just a couple of seconds. A true wind there of 75. Hurricane force, was it a gust? Measured 75. It was a gust. So a gust of 75. It takes a sustained wind of 75 for us to, for there to be a continuous hurricane, or, call it a hurricane. But that is true inundation, flood inundation, storm surge, if you will. I'm not exactly sure where Bryce is. It just says Bay City. I don't see, yeah. There's some good audio with him, by the way. I don't know if you can pull that up, but I'm listening to it on the live storm chasing app. If we could talk to him, that would be great, though. Woo. Tyler's video is pretty kicking, too. Wow. This is it. I mean, this is Look at that. Between the two of them. Wow. So you got Bryce Shelton there. All three of them are in pretty much the same area. Tyler's at the Buc-ee's there. He's actually driving through there now, but trying to get to the other side. This is the hurricane as it's coming on shore right now. This is exactly what we've been talking about all day long today. The fact that it was going to come in. Yeah, you can see it now. You can see the water rushing in. It's very deceiving what you see in Bryce's shot right there. What's very deceiving is that the wind is blowing. Look at the little ripples of water coming in, and you think, well, that's just little waves that are coming along with the water. See that right there, though? See that push? That right there was a deep. And here comes another one. These are like little tidal surges. This is incredible stuff because now the water is going up fast. Now the water's coming up 3 or 4 inches per minute. And I think the water probably just went up 4 or 5 inches right there just then in Bryce's shot. That was wild. I can't even, that's going to be unbelievable to go back and look at on videotape because you can see these little waves that are coming in. There's one, here comes another one, but each one of these exponentially, the water gets deeper and deeper when you come through these areas. You got a wind blowing 65, 70 miles per hour right there coming across the roadway. I know we've got gusts there. They're at least that high up to hurricane force. And just amazing pictures coming in from Bryce, Tyler Kurtz, Bob Pack's out there tonight as well, and Brett Adair. We were just talking to Brett a few moments ago. Crazy stuff. Pop up Tyler really quick. And Michael Beard. There's Tyler at the Buc-ee's he was talking about a few moments ago. He's the only one there, but he's watching things very closely there to make sure that he is out of the surge. Gosh, this is a tough call here. Who do you go to first? Bryce, who's this? This is Michael Beard. Michael is there. He's with some boats, so I know he's along the water there somewhere. This is a couple of nice big boats there that we're looking at that are moored, tied up. Normally, you'd take a boat that size and take it up the river and leave it. Most people will take them up the river there, and that way they don't get beat up on the dock of the pier. But there are a couple of boats that are left over there. That's Michael Beard in his shot. Bob Pack, run through his real quick. Bob is looking sort of at the same. He's looking off into the distance at some of the precipitation coming in there as well. And then Bryce Shelton. Watch the water going up here in Bryce's shot. I know the water's gone up 4 or 5 inches in about 2 or 3 minutes there that we were watching him because it was just it was almost, you could see the edge of the water that was in the middle of the shot there. But look how this wind is just pounding there across that area. And where's it go? Radar gauge. New little warning here. The radar, let's see. Flash flood warning now in effect for Brazoria County. That's where everybody is right now. It's a flash flood warning for Brazoria County, Matagorda County. Until 4:45 this morning, between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. An additional 2 to 4 is expected. Flash flooding is going to continue here into the area. Radar automatic gauges already recording that same sort of a thing. Sweeney, Surfside Beach, into the Bailey's Prairie region, 288. Right now, very little drainage taking place. Water coming up really rapidly across this area. That's Lake Jackson and Freeport. We'll be looking at that in just a couple of seconds. But Bryce Shelton is Johnny on the spot on that there. I think Brett is showing some of the breakers. Is that Brett and Heath showing some of the breakers coming across the road there at LF7? And or is that Brad Arnold? That's Brad Arnold, I guess, down there a little bit further down to the south. We're watching Brad coming in with some of his video. And once again, these breakers are coming across the roadway. They're hitting on the surf wall. And you can see he's driving through some of the heavier rainfall there, too. Driving across that. Again, I wish we had audio on all these because that's part of the story here is just how loud it is. I mean, coming through this stuff, I hear the wind whipping out of Tyler's shot there and Bryce's shot as well. I don't know if you can hear it, but This is what it's. You got Bryce on the line? Pop him up. Bryce going to talk to us here? We're going to make sure Bryce is safe and that he can talk to us safely. We'll check. Well, I know. He's in a hurricane, dude. I get it. There's Brad Arnold is still driving along. Go back to Bryce's shot, though, because there's a vehicle now that pulled into the stuff, and it looks like it stalled. Or at least very gingerly trying to drive through this stuff. And again, this is where you're watching true storm surge taking place here in Bryce's shot. You're also watching some 75-mile-per-hour winds, very likely coming through the area. Couple of vehicles going by Bryce here, or at least attempting to do so. But not really sure of what's in the roadway. You never really know what's on the road. At this point, you don't know if the road's washed out. You don't even know if the road's actually right there underneath you. And poor Bryce, he doesn't really know if those two people there who are in the shot have any clue what they're doing whatsoever. I know Bryce does. He's been out there many, many times before, but this is the worst of the weather so far. By far, exponentially over the past hour, we've seen the weather worsen right here. Where that vehicle is, notice the water level is up mid-tire, mid-wheel, where it was when we started. It was like an inch or two on the roadway there. So we've seen it go up. I know we've seen it go up 6-7 inches there. And I don't know exactly where he is, but he's somewhere where there is access to the ocean, because this is all salt water that's coming in right there. That is salt water that's coming on shore, most likely because the wind is perpendicular right now. Michael Beard's got an amazing shot too, if you want to pop him up really quick. Michael is again somewhere near a marina. It looks like there's a boat there. Doesn't look like it's ferrying. Does he? Pop him? I mean, any audio that's there, just the sounds and what's actually, and that sound is what it's all about. I'm listening to them on my iPad in my ear, but kind of crazy at what it sounds like to be in the middle of a hurricane like this. And you're following along with us here on LSM television. There you go. Perfect. And again, the sights and the sounds. This is why it's on a radio station. Because we want you to see what's going on. Big, nice boat, beautiful boat there on the right side of the screen. Looks like a dock and probably a marina there. I believe the boat has moved a little bit. I'm not really sure. But typically in this sort of a scenario, most people would take their boats, a boat like that, and run it up the river and anchor it right in the middle of the river. I've seen this many, many times before. It's the safest way, really, because that way your boat can always be headed into the wind. There's several boats there. You can see the mast on all the boats. Maybe a couple of sailboats off just beyond into the background there of that boat. And in the foreground, you've got a large, 50-foot, 55-foot cruiser that is sitting there. But this is somewhere there on the coast. It just says, this is Matagorda. So maybe somewhere there on the internal part of the bay, perhaps. But looking again at the storm, watching the radar and everything else that's associated with it, we didn't have a landfalling hurricane. Make sure that they're even saying that. I mean, I don't care what the National Hurricane is saying as far as that goes, because we're looking at it, and they wouldn't mind it either. Turn what? Yeah, I darkened it so we could see the coast.
program called Spotter Network.
I mean, I lightened it. I made it a little more transparent so we could see underneath it. You can still see the bays this way. There's one of the bays. Here's the other bay. And this is the roadway right through there. That's 457 that goes through. And then you've got Matagordo Bay over in this area here too. And I just lightened it for a minute. I'll darken it back up in just a couple of minutes. I haven't even looked to see if there's anything like a tornado coming on shore, anything like that. I don't see anything in particular there that stands out. At least not there. Let's go back to reflectivity. Amazing videos, though. Amazing live pictures coming in here. And boy, do we appreciate everybody. So the 1 a.m. Says 984 millibars. I got to find out why. That was 10 p.m. Public advisory. 1 a.m. Beryl strengthening as the center approaches Middle Texas. They did go up to maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, which part of that is because we just saw the one reporting station there, the Mesonet, they reported 75. So they did go up to 80 at the 1 o'clock hour. And 984 millibars. We were watching everything live unfold here. Still moving to the northwest at about 345 degrees at 10 miles an hour, which has slowed significantly. Remember when we were producing a storm that was going 25 miles per hour to the northwest all that time and it was setting speed records and all that kind of crap? Well, now we've slowed down a little bit down to 10 miles per hour. Offshore, the center of the storm is claimed to be offshore at about 20 miles, although a center is super hard to detect here at the moment, especially as far as the radar representation goes, because if you look at it, it's just a big wobbly mess here. And I don't really see like one center point that's arcing anymore, north and south. So we're going to say the big old blob here is the center of the storm. This stuff is moving in that direction. This stuff is moving in this direction. But I think the whole little, this is the center of the storm, actually. And so if you sort of said it was right there, you'd be fairly correct in doing that. But I don't think there's just one point. I think there's several points of spin here at the moment. I don't know. There's a pretty good little curl there. This seems to be going from all directions. So you could claim the center of the storm is still a little bit offshore at the moment. But it doesn't really matter about the center of the storm. What matters is about this band. And we were talking about this thing when it came on shore about how this was going to be, you know, sort of the whole show was going to be this area right here as it came on shore. And it really produced. I mean, we were sitting there kind of waiting, and then we watched this thing really, really produce over the last 20 minutes or so as it came on shore and everybody that's there. I'll be interested to see if anybody goes somewhat calm. I would doubt it, but it might be rain-free. I don't know if it'd be calm in particular. Who's LF4? Who is that? Oh, M-Finger. What in the world is M-Finger doing? Is he in it? Oh, I see the two signs. I see the two signs that go to the left. He might be near Bryce there. And look at these waves. Look at the waves coming in. That's just more. Isn't that crazy? That is insane. Do we have any audio with that at all? I just love to hear that sound if we've got it. That might be Bryce to his right. I'm glad they're there together. But it did look like, because I know we've been watching, Bryce's feed had a left turn, had the cautions, the yellow signs that were showing a left turn. There went the police and Brett shot. But certainly a large inundation of water there for Brian M. Finger. And a storm surge. Look at these. See that wave right there? That's bringing the water up a couple of inches, each time that it does that. And again, I do see off to the right-hand side on the wider screen, I do see that Bryce Shelton is there next to him. So that is very, very good. Brett's got a truck with a boat in the back of it. I don't know whose that is. Oh, and there's a dude walking around. I don't know who the dude is. That could be Heath for all I know. Brian Imfinger just froze. And then again, that's Brett Adair. We're watching Brett. The breakers that are coming in. I would suppose he's looking Gulf Coast word right there. Somebody out with a camera. Not exactly sure. Is that a camera or maybe a anemometer? I don't know. It could be a camera. He's getting his feet wet. Go back to Bryce again, or L5, whoever L5 is. Wow. Let me see if I can find his audio. That's what a hurricane sounds like, folks. Bryce Shelton.
We ain't stuck, I can promise you that. If we were stuck, I think we'd be floating, but definitely not stuck.
In LSM? In the,
Definitely will.
I'm on the app.
I have one of the highest bridges I've seen down here on the central Texas coast, right behind me.
Whoa. I like hearing Bryce talk so we can know he's all right. Can you hear it all right through my mic? Do you get audio off my iPad? You hear it now? Turn it down. I can turn it down on my iPad. Wow. Still takes my breath away.
Try to keep some of this water off the windshield. The wind kind of shifted a little bit. Try to keep this driver's side window rolled up for now. I just got absolutely soaked.
Brian Imfinger, again, right next to Bryce. The two of them, I see them jockeying back and forth. They're moving their vehicles back and forth to get away from the high water at the moment. What's about to happen here is that as it goes on by, as the storm goes on by, their wind's going to shift dramatically, going to come in from another direction pretty quickly after this. Right now they've got a southeasterly wind that's coming onshore. That's going to flip over here pretty soon. And while they may not exactly go through the eye wall per se, where they look up and birds are flying and chirping and everybody's happy and coming out and seeing stars and that kind of thing, I believe they're about to be in a lull. If the two of them are where I think they are, a lull may occur here in just a few moments to where the rain is less intense, and then you'll start to see that water moving back out over that roadway. fact, it'll go back out and move back over that roadway very, very rapidly because there's going to be the same sort of wind coming into the backside of this. That, wow. That will push the wall of water back out and in the other direction. Yeah, I know. Right there on Bryce's tire, it's about mid-wheel level here. But he's even, see that wave right there? Exponentially, every time that wave comes up like that, you can see the water level is higher. So it just keeps coming up. And I don't know if it's because something is breaking in front of him that allows a little bit more water to come in, or if it's just being gathered like that. But nonetheless, the wind is somewhat relentless now, still out of the southwest there. Don't think that is new. I think the 75 miles per hour is still a Mesonet recording there from just a few moments ago. Port O'Connor down to the south. That's a north wind. A couple of lightning strikes there on the western side, by the way. And still this flash flood warning that is in effect for the Bay City Freeport area. I mean, they just drew a circle there and they said, hey, look out. I think I can actually show the digital array here. Take a little bit of a look at what they're talking about. This is storm total that we're looking at right here. And these are 5, 6. There's a 6-inch total there. This is going to be a storm total. This is since it all began. Brazoria that we were talking about, which is Brazoria County, by the way. But there's 5 and 6-inch totals there that are showing up pretty regular. The 6.5 inches, Bay City over to El Campo, throughout the rest of this area. But inside of that green box or circle that they've drawn, inside of the green circle is specifically where we've already had 4 or 5 inches of rain. Another 2 or 3 inches at least is very likely here to take place in the next hour and a half. So that's going to be problematic there for a little while longer along Highway 257 that goes north from the southwest to the north and east, and all points to the west over to County 35. And as far to the north as I-69 going up into Rosenberg in the next 20 minutes. Maybe even as far north as I-10 throughout that region as well, and the Houston metro region. Already some heavier rain beginning to fall into Houston here at the moment, and we've got great accounts for that we can look at in just a few moments. But right now, that's what we're looking at as far as that rainfall rate is at the moment. I don't know. Do I have a rate here? Let me see. Rainfall rate. I never like these. I never have liked these. 1 hour cum. So this is a 1 hour cum, and if you wanted to call it a rate, you could. So per hour, it's baloney. Don't even want to show you that because it's bogus. So nonetheless, this is it. This is what it's like to be in a hurricane. And you can hear it. You can see it. You can feel it. From everybody's account, from everybody's vantage point there, what's going on. And the little lull, I see a few of our guys who are out there who are in the lull where the precipitation has let up enough to where you can see. There's some pretty good visibility now. I don't know if we get to talk to Brett again, but I'd like to hear. Tyler Kurtz's video is looking pretty ugly. And he was over near one of the marinas there. I don't know exactly which one it was, but he had a boat there for quite a while. And we saw Tyler was in and out of that region there. That's some heavy high wind and heavy amount of rain that's falling there across that area there too. Big comma shape now. This whole thing looks like a big old comma head at the moment. The super dry air coming in on the western side, eroding this away. Everything from here up into here. This is dry air that's been sitting there. We saw a beautiful sunset in Corpus Christi, which is a telltale sign of dry air. It is the detriment to a storm. And actually the really, really good news that happened late this afternoon that proved that maybe we weren't going to see a continuing rapidly intensification of a storm take place. And so pretty good news here overall. As to what is happening, even though you can see from the video that we're showing you here, that you can see live, it's still a nasty storm. And yes, they have winds and some afternoon thunderstorms that get up into the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. They don't have storm surge of that magnitude, but they do have some high winds. I'm looking at about a dozen boxes in front of me here, and all of them have windshield wipers that are going insane here. Brad Arnold has video, though, of we're watching Brad's video right here. He's looking off into the distance, and Brad, if you'd zoom into those lights, dude. I don't know if you can hear me, but look at the wind blowing across that light in the far distance. If you just look into that light, and then the street lights are working occasionally. I wouldn't trust them, nor would I get underneath one of them. But that's what it looks like. I see a couple of people walking around outside right there. Brett is in somewhat of a lull. Bryce's video is still kicking. There you go, Brad. Yeah, it's much better from a perspective. Brett's got a dude that's about to launch his boat. I don't know. He's following that dude for a while. Brett said he had a boat. I don't know if that was it. Let me see if Brett will talk to us. Yeah. Yeah, they're in a good spot. They feel pretty safe. And look how much the water level, unless he's moved, unless Bryce has moved. Bryce is on the right-hand side of the screen. Unless he's moved, the water has come down. He may have backed out a little bit. The two of them may have backed out a little bit. I'm anxious to know if anybody is seeing a let-up of the wind. I don't know where Brett ended up, but I'm watching his video, and it looks a little bit lighter there. It looks like the precipitation has lessened somewhat. Watching Bob Pack's video, he's got some of the trees blowing off into the distance there, but not like they were probably 15 minutes ago or so when I saw them up there. But still pretty consistent. With the storm coming on shore. And I see quite a bit of lightning now beginning to pop up on the western side of this over to Indianola and Port O'Connor. We got lightning beginning to show up in that little band right there, and some of the high winds. There's a 55, 60 mile per hour gust coming in at Port O'Connor. That was from a little while ago. I haven't had an update in. Yeah, the wind's really letting up there near Bob. Now, I don't know if Bob is down there near that so-called center, as it were, but it'll be really interesting to see. I don't know if the guys are going to shoot for being in the eye or if they're going to shoot for staying in that one feeder band that's coming in on the western side, because it's still, this is still going to be, this stuff on the eastern side of this is still going to be where the winds are going to be in the 75 mile per hour range or greater. Any of these outer areas here, you could still have some hurricane force winds, but really lightened up considerably there for Bob Pack, wherever he is. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to come up with a way to be able to GPS follow them on screen at all times, so I can be a little bit more succinct about telling you where everybody is at the moment. But right now we got a hurricane that is coming onshore, and once again, I did lighten this. This is again the roadway one. What was it? 457. Excuse me, 457. Bob's in Bay City. Seeing some power flashes here and there, he says. So we were watching Bob. Well, we're actually watching Bob drive along, and like he said, a little bit difficult to see exactly the level of the wind there, although you can still see it's beginning to pick up a little bit. He is in the Bay City area, just a little bit further to the north than our guys that were down there right on the beach, that were on the 457. He's a little bit further to the north there, so he's going to see the weather worsen. Where the guys who are down here right on the coast, their weather should be improving. Bob's is about to get worse there, and he's in that area there too, where the precipitation has really picked up considerably there over the last 30 minutes or so too, and there's going to be more of that. See these little areas here too that look kind of weird? These are all little areas of spin that are still showing up. Tiny little areas of spin. Some of these that are offshore here. Those are the areas where we quite possibly are going to see some tornado warnings coming up within the hour, maybe waterspout warnings coming in from offshore in that one little feeder band. It's been looking suspicious for a while, and for sure now we're starting to see at least tiny little areas of inbound and outbound. Right there's one, right here's a little tiny little area there too, and there back over here you got one. These are small. Bob and I were actually talking about this a little while ago. That's going to be a really quick spin up tornado right there. The Weather Service is going to have a hard time calling this because it may last one scan. Let me back it up and see if there's more there. That is a tornado.
Check.
That's actually going to be a tornado there, and I don't know if the Weather Service is going to be able to. Is it Brett?
Yeah, we saw the. We didn't see the tornado, but we were looking to the north and saw a multitude of power flashes. We're coming across right now into Jamaica Beach, so we are about to see if there was any damage with that tornado, at least right here on 257.
So the one that's jetted past there pretty quick.
Yeah, hold on.
That I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, it's just to the north of where I'm located. It's where it started. I'm going up. I'm going up 256 right now, northeast of Treasure Island. We're gonna get a look and see if we can see any damage.
Yeah, that's it right there. I just drew a circle around that. I just saw it for the one scan again. I don't know if it was one scan. Let me back up because I didn't really.
It was about 5 or 6 scans possibly. It looked really good.
Oh, there it was. Yeah. Oh, right there when it came on shore. See, I kind of missed that. I wasn't even really looking that close, but.
Yep. But it was so quick. It developed so fast. We are not far from where that tornado would have came on shore.
Wow.
Just 1 second. I'm thinking it may have missed most of the structures here. Let's see. We're probably a mile from where the tornado came across this road. Power's still on right here, so that's
there was the CC with it. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, I saw a little CC as it crossed the road and saw a big blow up as it got north of the highway here.
And it went like 20 miles in one 6-minute scan.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of been a worry. Honestly, we've some of these things have had some mean little circulations. All right, we're getting close to where that tornado would have crossed. Watch out, because I don't want to hit any power lines.
Go to hidden full screen.
Right here's where it's going to be dead. Is this a?
We may be a minute or two behind you, Brad. I don't know how far.
Well, I found the area where we don't have power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, here. All right, slow up like tremendously because the power line could be down anywhere right through here. Hold on, David. We're not far. We're still a little ways up the road here. We may be out here in no man's land where it came across, which is great.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just happened to see it out of the corner of my eye, really. I didn't even hardly notice. I've got the radar on transparent a little bit so that I could see the roadway.
There's nothing out here. Well, there's nothing out here if it did hit anything. I don't see anything. There's some houses right here. Okay, hold on. We're pulling up very close to where it came through. There's no power, so.
Huh. Wow. That was a pretty decent little inbound outbound there.
Oh. I think we just got hit by another little spin. We're still not up to where it would have been.
Are you on the beach road there?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only road. Hold on. Is this the? All right, that couplet was literally right up here.
If I can help.
All right, slow down. Okay, something. Hold up, slow down. I don't know what that is.
Trash.
Okay,
Plastic.
this is right here is the outskirts of where that tornado would have been. All right, trash can blown over.
Hold on one sec.
It was weak, but it was CC. All right, we're right here is where the tornado would have crossed.
Yeah, it looks like Kahala Beach.
I mean, there's no power, obviously, but I'm not seeing anything structurally yet. I'm wondering if it started, tearing stuff up a little to the north, maybe. Right here's where it came across. So, right here. Yeah, there's nothing here. Let's go back to the bridge. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, power line. Yeah, we got.
Oh, yep.
Is that high tension?
Yep.
Oh, dude, it's getting close to the car. Hold on. We need to get out of here. I want you to turn around.
Okay.
Oh,
there's the pole down.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Where? Right there on the right lane.
Oh.
do you see the Sea Isle supermarket?
Oh, I see it now. Oh, crap. So, yeah, we got to turn around and go down.
Rusty Hook?
I don't see anything here currently, Dave. All right.
I think it came across something called the Rusty Hook. If you believe the CC.
Shit. Can you get out?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
There, and right there, so 305. Didn't really CC didn't really blow up though till it went over the road, Brett.
Do me a favor. He to turn me in a direction with the wind, kind of where I can get and shoot down that. And on the hold on just a second. I'm gonna cut on the right light right here. There we go. That ain't gonna work, is it? I'm just gonna have to get turned toward it. You have to turn me to the right because I can't see.
Wild is there could be another one while we're looking at this.
We're not looking at another one, are we?
No, I just said what's wild is while I'm staring at that, there could be another one.
Where?
I haven't looked yet. I'm just saying there could be. I need to take my eyes off of where that one went and just make sure there's not another one.
Oh, the one to the south of us is crossing right over where we were in Treasure Island a minute ago. Holy crap.
Brazoria now.
We just went. Yeah, that you talking about that Treasure Island sail?
Yeah.
Ooh, we got to get back down there. All that whole sheet. Oh, there's one to the north of us too. Yeah, here we go. Oh, I need to send that report in real quick.
Talking about this right there.
What is this, 257?
Yeah. Or 3005.
Somebody in there.
Cross over the bridge, it becomes 305.
Gotcha.
Suspect area right there. We'll be watching this kind of stuff for a while, as Brett was just talking about, plus the fact that I don't know now, I haven't been watching the video. Jarvis, have you of I don't know if we got anybody down past this area that would be considered coming up into the eye here, at least the center of the storm, south of Matagorda, actually. But I don't know what that's actually going to look like, Brett. I don't know if you looked at the radar, but reflectivity, there's still a precip in there in the middle, but you might be able to see through it.
I want to get out of this shear axis because I don't want to get hit by a water spout or a tornado.
Yeah, see now Tyler is it's not calm, but he's got a lot less precip wherever Tyler's at. Bryce, let's go through and show everybody because I want to make sure you still see what's happening with everybody else as well. There's Tyler's video. Visibility's picked up. He's got a lot of light there, but visibility's picked up maybe with the precipitation. Still got quite a bit of wind there, really gusty wind. Brian M. Finger, we're watching him, and Bryce Shelton, and we're watching the waters. Looks like it's still rising there, unless he's moved. He's still got half a wheel covered there. Yeah, that is crazy. Some of it looks like it's rushing out, but then look, another wave comes in and looks like it's kind of converging there. But he's got to eventually see the wind shifting if he is where I think he is. And again, I'm not exactly sure where he is. Brad Arnold's video, again, he's driving along. Brad's got higher visibility than he had a little bit earlier, meaning the rain, the precipitation may be letting up just a little bit there into the area. And Michael Beard, we were looking at a few moments ago. For a minute, I thought Michael was driving, but he's actually sitting still. The wind is coming toward him. So he is looking off to the east there, it looks like at the moment, looking toward the Gulf, and showing a wind is coming, approaching him in the face there. And then you got Bob Pack, and Bob is like right in between another band coming in Bay City, I think, right there. And so the intensity of what Bob was seeing comes and goes. He's got a little lull there for a moment, but this outer band, this northernmost band that's around Wadsworth at the moment, if he is up here in the Bay City, I think it's where he said he was a little bit earlier, he's about to see the main band, the one that has all of the precipitation and all of the high wind really coming in there. 457, Matagorda North, weird over to Bay City. And he's already got a little bit of damage there. You saw that, not damage, but a little bit of debris on the roadway. From time to time, I didn't really see any damage. Let me take that back. It was a little bit of debris on the roadway there. And so we've, again, sort of gone through everybody. And again, I don't know if Brian Emfinger actually backed up or if the water can't really watch him, but the water goes up and down over his tire. We're kind of using that as a gauge at the moment, as a water gauge to see what's happening, but looks pretty. Now that was a big surge right there. It went above half of his wheel. Yeah, there's lots. See all this stuff right here? This is how we got started a while ago and then saw the tornado warning, because all this stuff looks gimpy. I mean, all this stuff looks like it's got a little curl going on with it in reflectivity. And then when you go over and you look at storm relative velocity, which is relative to the movement of the storm, then you can start to see that there is a little bit of spin going on in some of these. Is that new? Is that new? Yes. Now, wait a minute. Where's Brett? Pop Brett up. Does he know about this? Pop him up. Dude. So that's another tor right there. Water spout become tor. No panic, but this is, let me zoom in a little bit more to show you. So Brett was down here just a few moments ago. He and Heath were traveling back and forth, and yet another water spout just came across the roadway. This is a little roadway that they're on right here. Oh, well, this is a thin little area, period. Excuse me. Right there. This is the land. This is land right here. This is the Gulf. And this is the bay. So this is the land, and they're driving along this roadway, 3005, whatever you want to call that. And just now, a new spout came onshore right there. And now is could have been a tornado crossing over the roadway right there. I don't know. It was one little scan where it was in the Gulf, and the next scan, it's in the bay. So whether or not it crossed the road there as a tornado, I don't really know. Now it's out in the bay as a spout about to come on land again. That is a spout right there, a water spout, but this is land. So there's going to be a tor again. And, we're watching this, but the Weather Service is not issuing tornado warnings here, because by the time they got one out, just about they'd be gone. And so I'm sure that's the call that they're having trouble making right now, is how to go about this. Yeah. Brian Emfinger. We're watching Brian Emfinger, but that's Bryce Shelton's vehicle there on the right-hand side. I've been watching his tires. Well, is that not M Finger? Is that not Bryce we're looking at in M Finger's camera? Oh, okay. Is he? Did they back up a little bit, or did it fall a lot right there? Is it surging just because the wind when the wind See, I think it's just surging and different like it is. I mean, there it went up 12 inches and right there a wave went over the hood. I need some WD-40 after this deal. Look, he knows what's on the roadway. They know they're on a road. They're there together. So, or I'd be screaming about this for them to get out of the road together. They know what they're doing. So where are we here? We're looking at a spout. Brett said again this was an area here that was not very populated. Let's see if I can find it over here. We're looking at Brian's camera though. Okay. All right. I'm not going to mention that. Yeah, so car satellite. All right. I know exactly where that is. So the tornado at the moment is here. Pull up my iPad 1 for just a second because I can show you exactly where this tornado warning, or it's not a warning, but I can show you where the tornado is. And right now, it's back here in the bayou. This is called Hall's Bayou. Hall's Bayou. There's nothing out here at all. I don't see a single house. Agricultural. This is all taken during there's a little bit. This is all taken after this video picture was taken after the harvest, but very few houses here at all. I don't know if that's actually a house or a barn. Super unpopulated. So that tornado right now is moving across that area as it's coming on shore, and I don't think it would actually hit anything populated. The Monsanto Reservoir is off to the left there a little bit, and then you got Chocolate Bay. And I don't know if that's pronounced some French way that I'm not doing it right, but it would be coming out at Hillcrest, which is the first little area of population I can see. Now there's some houses right here. County Road 168. If you just want to get down to it, if you know somebody who lives on County Road 168. Quickly coming up on you from the southwest. A small tornado there. See if there's any kind of a CC drop with this. And we use a CC drop, or correlation coefficient is what we're looking at to show an anomaly here, and that would show us whether or not we had debris that was associated with this. We had any kind of debris that was aloft. You can see the first little tornado that went over, it had some kind of, which means when it crossed over the roadway right here, right there, when it crossed over the road, it had to hit something that it then lifted aloft. And the radar goes back and accounts for that. Instead of rainfall, the radar says there's some debris there that is aloft, and notice it right there, and then we go another frame up, and the debris is still there. as it moves along. So the debris is still aloft, and you know then it was an actual tornado. It's confirmed. It's going to be a tornado that's confirmed. So Brett was looking for whatever the debris was. Brett was looking right in here to see if he could find out what it hit, and he didn't see anything. That doesn't mean there wasn't anything, because there was. That's not a bunch of fish up there into the atmosphere. That's some kind of debris. Some structure was hit. Lord of mercy, this could end up being endless tonight. These tornadoes coming on shore as water spouts actually turning into tornadoes coming on shore. What is that? Oh, flood. 4:57 near Sergeant Bay. Public report storm surge. You dang straight there's a storm surge. Been on so long my pen's quitting. Much better representation of the eye, if you will. It's really easy to see where the center is, at least now. X marks the spot. That's the center of the storm. So if technically, I guess you could still say it is, I don't know, let me make sure the hurricane center. Yeah. 2 a.m. now. The storm Beryl is nearing the Texas coast. Conditions deteriorating quickly. 80 mile per hour winds. And they're still saying about 20 miles away from Matagorda. And we can do the math. I'll do the math with you. And what have you got? From the radar representation is 20 miles away from Matagorda. That makes total and common sense. So they're going to wait till this part right here, X marks the spot, comes on shore to say we have landfall. But it's going to be landfall in Matagorda, Texas at approximately 3 a.m., which I think is where we were looking at the HRR earlier. I don't remember exactly what time we came on, but the HRR earlier was predicting as such, was it not? Super. I mean, this actually just looks like the tropical storm symbol now, doesn't it? If you ever wondered where that came from. And now you've just got all of it. Look at this huge dry air cutoff. Huge dry air. Victoria? Ostwell? Nope. Rockport, Corpus Christi? I don't think you got a drop. But everybody else. 982, 80 miles per hour. So now you're really talking about a compact sort of situation here. And Torpos, and all of this is going to be Tor possibilities. Spout, spouts offshore, tornadoes, it would be on land. They're all different. I don't know how many of these I've actually covered. I really don't know how many I've actually covered since 1979. But they're all different. Huh? Well, I'm just trying to keep reading here. Somebody asked about Palacios, and you're way to the west of the center, but you're going to be in a north situation here. There was already, what was the wind there? There's a 60-mile-per-hour wind there from a station at 114, so it's already been pretty bad as far as the wind goes. I mean, we've already got some pretty gusty winds, and you can see you're right in that band there in Palacios, and just tremendous heavy rainfall and high winds. And the center of the storm is going to be just to the east of you. You're going to be in a north wind, is what I'm trying to tell you, throughout the duration of this. The wind, the direction that's coming in from right now is the same direction that it's going to be. Does this hurt the animals? Sadly, sometimes, yeah, but outdoor animals, cows, for instance, they actually do pretty well, except for areas where the water's going up. I remember a few times in coverage where some of our reporters would actually go out, and I remember a couple of them actually saving animals that were trapped in a barn one time. We've had that happen on a couple of occasions. So hopefully everybody who owned animals made a way for them to escape. Normally, or in some situations, I don't want to say normally, but in some situations, people will just open the gate and collect the animals later. We've seen that many times before, where people would just open, for cattle, they would just open the gate and then go back in, make sure. Wow. Go back and, cattle will go to higher ground. They'll find higher ground. And then they'll, go back and collect them a little bit later. Is that Bryce's shot right now? Or is that Bryce's shot right now still? So Bryce has got to be pretty far north of Matagorda. He's got to be east and north of Matagorda. I don't know exactly where that spot is. I wish I knew. Well, let me see if I can find him. That would help me out. I turned all those off a little bit earlier, the spotter dots. I see Jeff Petrowski. I see Mr. Kurtz, Michael Beard, and Bryant Patterson. It says Bryce is in the water. There with him, Finger? Oh yeah, they're right. They are right there together, aren't they? My pen doesn't want to. They're like sitting in a cab together. So much so I can't get the thing to. All right, Chris Hall's off there to the north a little bit. So yeah, he's in this band still. Well, that's good to know where they are at least. And so what you're seeing is a south wind running across him. See, this wind right here is going to be parallel to the band. So the wind is coming in like this. It's going to be a south wind coming in from the southeast. That's a terrible line. Wow. Just wow. Wow. Did you not have his audio? Man, you're going to have to get this off of the thing because he's got great audio coming in on my iPad. Amazing sound. That sound.
Surge keeps on coming up.
See, he's talking.
Sergeant Beach, Texas. Beryl is making landfall right now. Matagorda.
He's Bryce. Wow. Wow. Not a whole lot to say about that. We'll be real interested in Tyler's video here in a minute, and Michael's.
Storm surge continues to push inland.
Wow. See, so Tyler's, there is an eye. I mean, there's a definitive eye, northern eye wall, and a rain-free area. Now, I don't know if he's going to be able to look and see stars, but Tyler, that's Tyler's shot right there. And again, Tyler is up here on the northern fringes of the eye wall. And he's pretty much going to be right in the middle of the eye. And you can't really tell right. They were riding along with Tyler. I don't know if you could double box Tyler and Bryce, because you're talking about contrasting video images. Is there a 2-box that you could put them both in side by side? Easily. I mean, you can't do it. You can't do it, but that's unbelievable. You got everything but a 2-box template. Don't worry about it. Wow. Yeah, I mean, totally, totally different. And I know you got a lot to do, but after you finish this, if you could try to talk, I'd love to talk to Tyler, since he's in or if not Tyler, who else was there? Infant, was it? Michael, one of the two, because they're there together. And they're both going to be, I mean, somebody ought to get out of their car and look up. Well, I mean, I'm wondering if they can. What I see on radar and what might be actual are two different things. And then we'll continue to have to watch Bob Pack, because he's right there on that edge. Bob is probably, I don't know, 10 minutes away from the northern eye wall. Can you go upper left and then bottom right? Upper left with Bryce and bottom right with... Yeah, I don't care if they overlap a little bit. Let Bryce's overlap Tyler's, because Tyler's got clear sky or dry conditions. we're sitting here. It's already 2:51. I was going to bed at 11. It is 2:51 though, and we're watching Hurricane Beryl come on shore tonight. Been sort of mesmerized by what's been going on with the thing here over the last little while, and a couple of facets to the storm. Obviously, every one of them are unique in what you see. This one is unique. And that, boy, there's a huge dry air cutoff on the western side of it. It's not symmetrical at all. It's very comma shaped at the moment. Dude, you got to quit looking for perfection. Throw them up there. There you go. So Tyler Kurtz is on the bottom right-hand side. Tyler is in the northern eye wall at the moment. Somewhat rain-free. I don't think it's totally rain-free. His wipers are still going. But he's in the northern eye wall. I don't know if he's headed south or not. If he is, he's headed into the middle of the eye. Meanwhile, Bryce Shelton, upper left-hand side of the screen. Bryce is on the right-hand side, still in one of those mean, ugly feeder bands that's coming on shore. And the feeder bands are where you're going to see all the high winds. That's where the velocity of the wind is coming from, is the feeder band. And he's still sitting there where the water has been going upward. I've been watching it going upward. He and Brian M. Finger have been sitting there side by side together for most of the evening. And I don't know if Tyler is with us, but I'd love to talk to Tyler and see what he sees or hear what he sees. I still think the wind's blowing there, but not like it was, I don't think. And he's sitting there in the eye of a hurricane. I don't know if Tyler's ever been in the eye of a hurricane, but he is right now. See if he'd talk to us. If there's a time to talk to us, it's right now, before the bottom half comes back around. Here's Bryce's full screen again. That's nuts. Yeah, that's nuts. And if you got sound again. Lordy, lordy. All right. Well, why not? Amazing. Amazing. We talked to Bryce a little bit earlier. Dude's been sitting here for a couple of 2 or 3 hours, though. He kind of knew what he wanted to do, where he wanted to go. He and Brian, always best to tag team this stuff. Being a tag team. Treasure Island. I don't know if you can hear it like I can. I don't. Is the sound up? I can't hear it. Yeah, that's incredible. And what I'm hearing on my iPad is having to turn it down. That's what it sounds like. I mean, it's just, if you've never been in one, it's just relentless. And he has been, people live there, by the way. He's not in some remote totally remote area. There are houses there all around him. So people are enduring this in their homes tonight, and the sound is just nonstop.
Falling off the bridge.
That might be some of his highest wind right there I've seen so far. And I don't think the trajectory has changed yet for him. He and Brian, I think the trajectory is pretty much the same. Coming in out of the south like it is. And Michael Beard went northward. Tyler's going southward a little bit, I think. Updated on this dot. Wow. Nutty. Sure, we're going to get a 3 a.m. Update here in just a second. See what they're saying. I think they're still going to claim that it's offshore a little bit. Because I do believe if you go just by radar representation, we're probably 5 miles offshore. Yep. Wonder what Tyler is doing. I see him sitting there on the side of the road. Whoa! Insane. So the new 3 a.m. comes in. What are they saying? I said they'd say it was 10 miles offshore. They're saying 15 miles offshore at 3 a.m. And so Matagorda City recently reported a gust of 86. Highest wind so far, a gust of 86. Sustained wind of 68 miles per hour and a gust of 86 miles per hour was just reported. At Matagorda City. Right here, where the boys are. Right there where Bryce's video is coming in. An 86 mile per hour wind gust, and I think I saw it a while ago. Felt like I did. 86 miles an hour, 15 miles offshore now from Matagorda, Texas. Still say winds at 8,982 millibars. So that's the new advisory, the 3 a.m. They're going to be doing hourlies now until this thing is onshore, and they'll do hourlies for a while longer afterwards. But pretty close to making landfall now. We have tropical storm force winds that go out 40 miles away from the center of the storm. We know that. We've seen that pretty regular. And if you want to pull up the iPad one for a brief moment, we can show you the latest satellite representation of what's going on too. Big swirling blob of hot air, and really cutting off the dry air, cut off this storm on the western side, but coming on shore now, slowly but surely. And some of the details of this are really going to start to show up in the hours to come, because now that we got a storm that's coming on shore, many things will be going on through the night tonight. One is a tornado threat that'll be taking place. Brett Adair kind of off to the north and eastern side of this. He's sort of watching for that. Brett's been in storms aplenty. He knows about storm surges and all. He's seen and done all that kind of crap. He's off a little bit further off to the northeast, watching a couple of areas of tornado warnings that have been popping up from time to time. Water spouts have been coming on shore, producing tornadoes from time to time. So he's sort of looking into that area. And there are a couple of them that are offshore that will be coming on shore here very shortly. He's in the Treasure Island region. Right there you can see on that roadway that goes and parallels the coastal areas. What you got? Tyler. Tyler, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Tyler, dude, I think I saw the wind letting up. Are you in the eye of a hurricane?
I am in the eye of a hurricane. Currently got power at whatever place this is, just north of Matagorda. This power line's been arcing for a while. Obviously, as you can tell, if you're watching, got the screen pulled up, power flickering.
Yeah, that's like on somebody's house there. Can you tell if anybody's there?
It almost looks like some sort of, trying to read, lighthouse cafe or RV park. But there's houses just to the left of there.
Yeah. So it's all right. So where you are, where I think I know you are, your little dot didn't update, but I mean, it looks like you're in the northern part of the eye wall. Is that the case?
Yeah, still getting some rain. I'm still waiting for the winds to kind of calm down. But I think it's still got a little bit of ways to go before we maybe get some of that calmer effect.
Sometimes that happens to a dude. Sometimes it just doesn't. I mean, sometimes it's kind of hard to tell just from radar representation here, because I see at least 3 little swirls. If you go down and you still look at all the echoes past clear air, you can see there's swirls everywhere inside of that thing, and so I don't really know that it's going to go completely calm. I hope you do, though. I mean, I know that. Have you ever been in the eye of a hurricane?
The only other one that I've chased was Category 4 Hurricane Ida back in 2021.
Okay, I was in a plane for that one. Ida. No, Brett and I were down at the coast for that one, but
there's been incredible lightning at times, very, very bright flashes of lightning. There hasn't been any recent, but multiple times over the last hour.
Yeah, I saw it on radar. It was showing up like over to the west of you there in Port O'Connor. Specifically, there were quite a few lightning strikes on the radar image, but then a few more down to the south. But I'm so interested by where you are at the moment, and if you actually do get a calming, see birds flying, all that kind of thing, because they're all different. They're all totally different in what the eye is like, and this thing, as it deteriorated, I didn't even know. 2 or 3 hours ago, I said, dude, there's not really going to be a prolific eye that goes along with this, but maybe, and I hope you get to experience that as it goes over. And I see you got your hands full there with some of the power outages and all that kind of thing that's occurring there as well. Have you fared well? I know it was rough there for a little while. Your vehicle okay? You okay?
Yeah, so far so good from what I can tell. Seems to be driving okay still. Somehow still have Starlink on the roof.
That's amazing.
So, guess my mount for that is pretty good.
Yeah.
Just getting pretty exhausted. You know, I've been up for. I mean, I took a little nap earlier, but probably 12 hours plus.
Yeah. I said, Tyler's got balls. When you drove away from Bucky's, I don't think I'd have left, dude. I think if I'd have, was Bucky's open? Were they closed?
So that was, I thought that was a Bucky's, but it was, I can't remember the name of it. I don't remember where that Bucky's was, but I thought I was close by. But they were not open.
Okay. And when you left there, I thought, oh my gosh, I think I'd have stayed right in there. They probably had the hot dogs on that roly thing on the inside there, and maybe some really old chili.
Probably going to slowly make my way back up to the north, see if there's any damage to that gas station, and kind of just go from there.
Yeah. If you get out anywhere and you look up and you see stars, take a video for us. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I will try my best. Really hoping we can see that, but
yeah. All right, brother, you've done a terrific job. Thank you for letting us peek in from time to time and taking the time to talk to us, too.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tyler. Tyler Kurt's done a terrific job. I don't know if he's by himself, but bless him if he is. That's a really difficult job. If you got somebody else with you, and especially if you're alone, it's double difficult to do that and take video and talk to goofballs like me at the same time, but certainly appreciated there.
So I should
let him go. He's busy once again. We'll try to get Brett back here with us in just a few moments, because again, that's one of the other facets, the many facets of what's going on here, is that we've also got a tornado threat. That one sort of band there that's been traveling across the Jamaica Beach, Galveston area has been producing off and on. I just saw M Fingers video. That's pretty wild there. And while we were talking just a little while ago, we were talking about a few things, and boom, looked up, and there was a tornado crossing the road, and it happened so swiftly, right about in that same area right there. These things coming from the beach side, and then coming on shore, coming from the southeast, really. And I see there are quite a few out here still. This is that one band. Actually, I guess there are two bands in between there and there. This has been the road so far that everything's been traveling across. But right there's an obvious water spout. At least small rotating storms that are coming on shore. There's 4 of them there, a couple right in here, but any one of these liable to produce a very quick spin, rotating storm that'll come on shore and produce a tornado. We've already seen a couple of these. You don't often see correlation coefficients that go along with these. A lot of times these things are going to be like little bitty tube type water spout sort of things that don't actually create any damage or a debris signature when it comes on shore. This one did. A couple of them have already that we know of. They went unwarned because the Weather Service just doesn't have time to send these things out with everything else that they're doing. They don't have time to go, boom, we had one right there for a second, and then it was gone. So it's just something that we notice just because we've been watching them forever, so you sort of know where they're going to be, or you get a pretty good idea of where they're going to be. And then beyond that, we're going to start looking at some of these rainfall totals again. I haven't really looked at them lately in and around Houston, but I got a good bead on where those might be. I'm going to take a look here in just a couple of seconds. We'll go up to the Harris County site and take a look at where some of our rainfall totals are. Let's see. I can do that pretty quickly. Give me 1 sec here. And I don't see anything that's out of hand here at the moment. I don't think I have one that's more than 2 inches. The further south you go over towards Sugar Land and Missouri City, obviously the rainfall is going to be a little bit heavier over in these areas. I see 1.5 inches. I see 2 inches here and there, 2.25 inches. And that's over a 24-hour period. So really the totals aren't that far out of hand right now into Harris County. But for sure they are a little further down to the south because we've already had a couple of reports down there. Water obviously going over the roadway in some areas and continuing to be more and more precipitation coming in there as we go through the next couple of hours. Right now we have a landfalling hurricane that's coming on shore. I feel as though any minute they're going to call this a landfalling hurricane from the National Hurricane Center at 3 o'clock this morning. They did not do so just yet, but there will be another statement when that does actually happen. They'll say, blah, 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 has officially come on shore. And for me, as a meteorologist, it's come, it's made landfall. For me, it's made landfall. When the worst of it comes on shore, I consider it landfall. And so the worst of it's already come on shore for Matagorda. The weather's, at least as far as the wind is concerned, the weather's improving in Matagorda. The weather's improving. There's not really any other towns down there but south of Matagorda. And Tyler is just telling us, the precipitation has really let up considerably south of Matagorda and all points, offshore. And you might actually, if you're in the middle of this, and he is, you might actually be able to look up now and see stars. If you were in the middle of this, there might be enough breaks into the cloud cover in a few areas. I still think this is full, and if you look at the satellite imagery, it doesn't really show a break. Radar does, but the satellite doesn't. But that might be a lot of high cirrus clouds enveloped in this whole thing. But if you're going to see stars, it's going to be right here because this is the center of the storm. And if I back this up and we go at frame by frame, I still believe that it's kind of like right there. The very center of the storm is like there. I'm going to say like 5 miles offshore would be the center of the storm. You wouldn't really know that unless you were there, though, and you saw the wind shift, or if it actually was null right there, if there was no wind at all right there. But I still think there's probably a wind kind of like this, or just blustery winds, because we call these vortices. We call these little areas of spin that are still occurring, and you can still see them. You're seeing precipitation that's moving in the wind is what the radar is showing you. This is reflectivity. So you're seeing the precipitation and the movement of the precipitation, and it's drawn in color with the wind. That's the only reason you're seeing it, because this is Doppler radar. So you're seeing the movement. And as a result, that's what we're kind of looking at. There's this whole center of rotation that's occurring, and moving on shore here tonight. Talk amongst yourselves. Give me 1 minute here. I'm looking for something. That didn't work out. see something here. So the high tide in Matagorda City. Let me see. Which I guess would be this area right here. This is the canal that runs inland. I don't know tons about this area, but I do see a canal that goes out into the Gulf of Mexico there. So I'm sure there's got to be a tidal station somewhere close. Low tide is at 2 a.m. And there's not a high tide until 6 p.m. Low tide at 2 a.m., which is, recently enough, and this could be the saving grace right here, is that that is the case. Come off of this for just 1 second. Let me use my other app here because this is going to be important about where our tides are for tonight. There you go. Bob Hack. Bob's in about his worst weather. Yeah, it's coming up right now. I mean, this is where the worst weather is coming into the Bay City area there where Bob is at. So we'll watch this for just a couple of seconds. All right, so you pull to source 2, please. You can pull it. You'll have to pull it full screen probably to be able to see this. So this is Port O'Connor. This is the Matagorda Bay entrance. The thing about this is, so the storm, and I can't draw on this, but this is Matagorda right there. There's Matagorda. And then this is the entrance that we were looking at. This is where the tide gauge is. And you can see we're at, well, so you can see, you can't see crap because the bottom of it's cut off. How do I pull that up? Oh, maybe like that. How about that? So Matagorda there, it is right now we're looking at 2 a.m. So we're at low tide. Basically at low tide there. That's great news. High tide builds up to 11, but it's only a foot. So there's only 1 foot tidal difference, normal tidal difference between high and low tide. And that's pretty insignificant, actually. If you look at that area right there, that's pretty insignificant. And I don't think that's going to mean a whole lot as far as an exponential reason why the water would be coming up higher and higher at any one particular spot. To the right, this is where there's Sargent. So this is where all of our dudes have been. And And this is going to be, what is this going to be? That's a tidal gauge at Sargent, actually, which says high tide again is at 10 a.m. in the morning, but it is low tide right now. It's basically low tide. So that's been great news. The high tide doesn't come until 10 a.m. And by that point, I think the fetch is going to be different. I think by that point, at 10 a.m. in the morning, the direction of the wind is going to be just the opposite. And so anyway, these tidal differences are only a foot or so. They're not very significant. The lunar, the moon at the moment is not at such that we're seeing, we're not at a full moon. So we're not seeing the tidal ranges be very much at all. It says good fishing too. Got good fishing. Although you wouldn't want to be doing that, but. So that's going to be there. And then the next tidal station is a little further to the north here. Should have been right there, I would have thought. Maybe here? That's going to be the Freeport Harbor Tide Station. Is building to a high tide at 7 this morning. That's a little bit different. The further north you go, and that's a 2-foot tide that is on its way up now. So I don't know how many people know that. That's going to be pretty significant there at Quintana, Surfside Beach. That's a little bit more significant. That's a little bit more worrisome there, I would think. And then even a little bit further to the north, a 9 a.m. high tide. That's only a foot difference again. So it's that difference between high and low tide that actually is going to make a big difference in water levels. But that entrance there on the south side of West Bay of Galveston is considerably later. And high tide coming up at Galveston at the entrance is 7 a.m. And that's pretty significant. That's going to be a 2-foot tide, 2-foot tidal difference between high and low, or not actually between high and low. That's 2 foot between, and only 2 tides. Going to a low at 11 p.m. But a 7 a.m. high tide, that could be fairly significant. Especially in some of these areas here that are super low. Texas City. And Texas City has a foot, and that's high tide here too. Going to high tide early tomorrow morning. All right, so we know those things now. Those are givens. We'll have to check in as we go along through time there. We'll be checking in with how that fares. Because right now, beginning to see the most water you will see coming into these areas. Plus, you add tide to that. So we've got water coming in, and then you add the tide to that, and that's more significant. That's where there could be more problems. That and all these little spinny things out here. Just look how many of them there are that are likely rotating. hurricane coming on shore. So far, the highest wind I've seen so far is the gust of 86 that we had at Matagorda. A gust of 86 miles per hour. And now more than half of the eye is on shore. What is LF2? Oh, Bob's showing the radar. I wish I could see that 74 at Lavaca. Is that a wind gust? Yeah. Yeah, it's MEDAR. That's what I wanted. See, that's why I really need to be able to use that. .56 gusting to 74 at Port Lavaca. And that was just a few moments ago. And that's kind of, what time was that? Well, it's looping. Can you make it stop looping? Just do currents. All right, zoom in. That's good. And hit that again, and I want to see what the time was. 3:07. Okay, so 20 minutes ago we had a 75 mile per hour wind, 74, Augusta 74 at Port Lavaca, a wind out of the north there, just after 3:07. Can I have it a sec? Bay City, we had a. Can you replace? Is it easy to, or pull it full? One or the other. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so we had some of these METAR stations here that are reporting. This is at 310, the Bay City. That's up where Bob Pack is a few moments ago. It had a 62 mile per hour gust. With a sustained wind at 46 miles per hour out of the east. So that again was up there in Bay City. Then a little bit further to the east in Angleton, we had a 66 mile per hour gust. That coming in at 3:15. Galveston's had a 56. Galveston now reporting a 56 mile per hour gust. Sustained wind at 40 miles per hour out of 80 degrees, and they got 1,001 millibars currently there right now. And again, well, that's old data. That's one, but 984. That's a little bit late there too. Some of these other winds up here: 43 mile per hour gust up at El Campo, the Wharton area. Or then if you go a little bit further to the north, some of these winds beginning to pick up here too at Missouri City. This is going to be HOU actually reporting a wind gust of 39, sustained wind at 26. Got to be interfering with airports anywhere down in here, I would think, but especially at Houston Hobby. Going to be having trouble getting flights out of there, I'm sure, early in the day today, but. Basically looking at some of these winds, 38 to 40 from League City over to Pasadena, and all points in and across the area. There's the 62 that was reported just a few moments ago. I don't know where the heck that is. Oh, that was the Bay City storm in the Angleton, Lake Jackson area there too. So those are wind reports as of just a few moments ago, with our storm headed, onshore. We got at least half of it there, sitting on shore at the moment, which is good news, meaning we would not see any more strengthening taking place with it at this point. We wouldn't see that strengthen. In fact, we ought to see some weakening take place in the hours to come. Still have this tornado watch is in effect for the remainder of the night tonight. That's going to be tornado watch number 513. It's in effect until 10 a.m. this morning. Likely will be extended beyond that as we go through the day today. And then there may be some wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour or higher, obviously, if you got a tornado. And there is, some question as to whether or not there are going to be other problems that will be occurring further to the north during the day today as the storm. Now, if it takes this path, which it's still projected to do, anywhere along this path, we'll still be looking at, winds that could exceed 45, 50 miles per hour. It's still a tropical storm, by the way, it says. Tropical depression, actually. And that's going to be midnight tonight. No, it's not. Where's my mouse keep going? That's midnight tonight. That's okay. That's midnight tonight. 50 mile per hour winds, and then a tropical depression in Little Rock midnight tomorrow night, Tuesday night. And, just tremendous amounts of rain would come with that later. And last but not least, I don't know why day 3 is all it gives me, but let's just forget that. There's a lot of crap going on this graphic. Storm report. That's pretty bad. I just turned around and smacked myself with the microphone. It's all right. I got a Band-Aid here somewhere. When was the last time you saw somebody get hurt on their own microphone? Who is LF's? Everybody's back in it again. Are they not? Who's LF5? Is that live? Well, that's because he's still in this band. He's still right at the edge of getting out of the band, but he's still in it. That's relentless, dog. Look at that. Seriously, my pen died. That's how long my Apple Pencil has been working. It's at 0%. I'm sitting here trying to remember too. Did I bring my rabbit up here? Seriously, I don't remember. I don't see it anywhere, but I have a pet rabbit, and I thought I brought it up here. But I don't see it. Well, I feel like we're going to be doing tornado coverage tomorrow. Oh, you see those that just popped up? These spouts. Marine warnings. These are marine warnings that have just popped up. So Brett's going to be. Yeah. Oh, really? I hope they're all right. Water spouts and winds to 50 knots. Galveston, Jamaica Beach. That's his little dot still there. He's there with Victor. Oh, that's not his dot anymore. Oh, he's at Treasure Island. They went to bed. 3:36 though. That was a few minutes ago. Major damage just past where we were with homes hit. Brett saying that there was quite a bit of damage done right around where they were earlier when we were looking at that storm a little bit earlier, that we were trying to find exactly where it came on shore. He was telling us that he saw lights that were out, power outages, but so knew that was probably about where it happened. At the moment, he's here at Treasure Island. He's ready to go in this direction here to follow any of these tornado warnings. And these, right now, they're marine warnings, but they're marine warnings for spouts. And I can see one there. Wait a minute. I can see a possible spout there, one right there, another one right there. These are tiny signatures that are starting to show up. But as these come on shore, then they'd be tornadoes. And as we have seen, when they come on shore, they seem to be a little bit more intense when they do so. And sometimes when the spin that's offshore, when it interacts with land, it becomes a little bit more intense. And that could certainly be the case going into the overnight tonight. I've seen these things. Is it for that dot? Lost my pen. Yeah. See, it's there and it's gone. They issued that tornado warning for this little area right there. And that was one scan. That was at 3:34, and then at 3. Come on. Get my pen back really quick. And then at 3:37, the signature is gone. Let me see if it's showing up on correlation coefficient or something. Unless it's along the radial. Huh. Why did they issue that? Thunderstorm. I don't even know about the wording of that. This dangerous storm will be near Rosenberg. I don't see any lightning. I used to struggle with that all the time, because typically when you're talking about a tornado warning, it has to do with a thunderstorm. But these are non-thunderstorm situations here. Very little lightning being detected. There was a little bit earlier, but most of it was well down to the south. There's a tornado warning right now. At the moment, the National Weather Service did go ahead and issue a tornado warning. It's getting 17 minutes on it, although probably even now it's a little bit out of date. Fort Bend County in southeastern Texas, you're underneath a tornado warning at the moment. Northern Brazoria County in southeastern Texas, tornado warning. It's moving to the west at about 50 miles per hour. There, I guess this is going to be it, right about there near Thompson's. That's probably it. It's already a little bit out of the polygon, actually. Wow. I think that's it. Not a lot to go on there. See this right here? Spout. Possible spout. Forming spout. 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 Spout about to come on shore near Galveston. That's going to be a close call. Let's see what happens with that next scan. Yeah, who do we know with a boat? Oh, there's a guy named Chris. I know a guy named Chris who goes out in a boat looking for water spouts. Chris. What's his last name? Chris. He goes out of South Carolina. I think it's the same guy. I don't see it. Where? Bryce's is still kicking. I don't know how Bryce still has paint on his car. It took 6 hours, but my air conditioner finally just cooled my room down and went off. Tons. That's the bad thing about these big monitors. Bryce's video has to be winter chicken dinner, because dude is still. Look at that. Pull Bryce is full. And you got audio? That sound? And you can't get it off of my iPad. It's worth it. Listen to it, dude. Good Lord. Oh my gosh. Look at the water. Now wait a minute.
Another good push of storm surge right there.
That Bryce's voice? I wouldn't know it. crazy. Yeah. Lost audio there for a minute, but it is a hurricane. Yeah, I mean, you got both dudes sitting right there, so let's use M finger and got good audio with him too. Take my source one. Yeah, everybody does here. You need an iPad. Well, if you don't have audio from anywhere else, because this is all about audio. Well, this is right. That's one way to get a new car wash. Melissa Womack with us tonight. Cat Milk is with us again tonight as well. David Gilbert is with us. Obviously, David, prayers going out to everybody there into the area. This is not, so Brian is there along with Bryce Shelton. Look, they know what they're doing. It is not pulling them out. I've seen a couple of comments where somebody was saying it was pulling them out. It's not pulling them out. They haven't moved 3 inches that they didn't want to. They're in the same freaking spot they were 4 hours ago. So they're still where they were. We don't have to sensationalize anything here. Everything is what you see. And nobody's being pulled out to sea. They get some occasional surge. Watch it right here. Watch it coming in right there. See, it looks like it's going out, and then all of a sudden, here comes another surge. So the wind is still at a trajectory that's bringing a surge in. On occasion, it's coming in and out of the south and east. They're just in that right-hand side of the storm where the surge has been continuous. And it hasn't shifted yet because the storm isn't north of them just yet in order to shift from another direction. Watch that surge right there. And it goes in another, 50 feet probably before it starts to pull back out again. So if you just look at the water, yeah, the water's pulling in and out. but our guys aren't. They're in 1,000-pound vehicles that are holding them steady there on a roadway, and they made sure the road was worthy, I'm sure. We talked to both of them. Didn't we talk to both Brian and Bryce tonight? We didn't talk to either of them. We talked to Bryce. Who did we talk to then? Okay. Michael Beard, that's who we talked to. Okay. There were a lot of bees. The killer bees. So we've talked to them all, but we know them well. And this isn't Bryce's first rodeo, nor Brian's. I've used them for many, many years. Many years on the air. Bryce has a really nice vehicle. He did. Going into this whole event. Like a lot of WD-40. Get salt water out. I just came in. I was living on the coast for the last 6 months myself, and it's just unbelievable at what salt and salt water, even if you're not in this kind of a situation, will do to any vehicle or anything, really. Even today I was taking stuff out of a suitcase, and the hinges on the suitcase are rusted. It just doesn't take much down there to cause problems with equipment. But again, all the guys, and I don't know if we have any women that are down there covering the storm on our side of things, on the LSM side of things today, but everybody, knows what to do. And I think it was Mr. Beard that mentioned a little bit earlier, he'd been preparing for this for a week now. And so they know what they're doing, and we're making sure that they're in a safe environment. They know what's coming and know how bad it's going to be. Before even, I wouldn't throw it to them to report if I thought they were in danger. So everybody's good there, and nobody's being pulled out to sea. There's still a tornado warning up there. I don't know if it moved. It's for 5 minutes. Is it 5 minutes, or was it issued and it's about to expire? It was issued at 37. Oh, so it's 20 minutes ago. It's about to expire now. Tornado warning. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go ahead and cancel that. Moving to the west at about 50 near Fresno, Sienna. But that's up there in northern Brazoria County and Fort Bend County. Tornado warning still in effect there. Now we got marine warning with possible water spouts coming on shore. These are all moving at about 50 miles per hour inland. You have to check on them like every 5 minutes. And they did just reissue a new tornado warning because of this little thing. I think. Yep. So that is a brand new tornado warning because of that thing that's now gone. You see that a new scan came in and the whole thing is gone that they were issuing for. I'll quit that. I don't see any sort of debris signature there associated with that at all. Is that one, though? What is that? No. So we had 2 tornado warnings at the moment. Both of them just south of Harris County. Pearland, we got a tornado warning there just south of there. Arcola, though, is included. Pleak, Rosenberg, not really into Sugarland, but not too far away either. And now the center of the storm coming onshore. Let me see if they actually said that. So they did. The new wording is that Beryl has now made landfall near where? Matagorda, Texas. Beryl making landfall near Matagorda with dangerous storm surge. Winds are still at 80 miles per hour. They're still considering this a hurricane. 80 mile per hour winds, storm surge warnings in effect from Mesquite Bay to Sabine Pass, including Matagorda Bay, the Galveston Bay area too. Storm is moving northward only at about 10 to 12. They're saying 10 to 12 now. But no longer offshore, and that's pretty easy to see. I mean, you can. We did all this ever since it was, sitting pretty far offshore there a little bit earlier. But we did what we thought was the center of the storm, and it's pretty easy to see that it's on shore now. Like right up, I can actually still see a center right here. I think that's the center, just to the east of Matagorda. I feel pretty certain it is. Let me see. Tyler. There's Tyler. And we were watching Tyler's video, but Tyler's right in the middle of it right there. He's in Matagorda. But he's driving, and I'm watching his video, and I see a lot of debris on the road. I see a lot of leaves and that kind of thing. But he's basically in dry weather because he's in the eye of the hurricane. And we talked about this. He and I talked about this just moments ago, that he might even see stars above. I don't see stars, but I do see no rainfall. It's doesn't have any precipitation associated with it. And he has probably a good 45 minutes to an hour worth of dry weather before the back side of this, the bottom side of this comes in. Winds will shift from an entirely different direction. And they'll do it all over again. Not nearly as intense and not for long. Because you can see there's only this area from there to there. What, that's going to be less than 30-mile wide band that has to go past him. And then that whole area down there is going to be dry. Port Lavaca, you got another, 30 minutes of precip, and then you're going to be dry. Indianola, you're going to be dry in about 45 minutes. Victoria, it's already dry, and it's not coming back. There's no more precipitation for you in Victoria. Not tonight. And it's all going to be about Houston. The precip is going to pick up in earnest now south of Houston. Dude, let me just see if I can come up with... Yeah, here's what we're going to start seeing. So in 1 hour now, Chigger Creek at Windsong Lane, just south of Houston. I know. Can you pull it up? iPad Source 1. And this is from just a few moments ago. This is 3 to 4 o'clock. from 3 to 4, 2 inches, 204. And that's going to be right here on the south side, right before Pearland. That's 1 hour. You can see in a 15-minute period. No, these are, what are these? What are these blocks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute blocks. Yeah, these are 5-minute. Wow, check this out, Jarvis. 5-minute and 5-minute blocks. So truthfully, 1 inch of that rain came in. See, 0.32 came in every 15 minutes at 3/10. So in 30 minutes, they had an inch. Yeah, in 30 minutes, they had an inch of rain there. Well, dude, if you look down below, you'd seen that pretty easily. So from 3 5-minute intervals. Crazy. Bubbler Creek is up. Floods at 28. Right now it's at 18.6. Is that true? And going up. Flooding likely at the red line. That's what we're going to be worrying about is just how much rain is going to fall here now and when these areas become problems. They got so much information here on this Harris County site. FWS, their flood warning system, the FWS site there. It's insane. There's a half inch of rain in 10 minutes. That's going to be just south of Houston. Yeah, these are the rates that we'll be concerned about through the night tonight. Pull up, Brad. Pull up. This is insane. This is Brad's video from his vehicle right now. Look how weird that looks because the actual wind is behind him, but he's driving forward. But you see the wind is pushing everything from the back of his car to the front of his car. But he's moving forward. You see that? Is that just me? Or is that weird? Isn't that weird? Because I thought he was going in the other direction. When I was just looking at the wind blowing by his car, I thought he was backing up, but he's going forward. All right. How long have we been on? Because I cannot feel my butt. Is it 5 hours? 4:58. Yeah. Well, he's so nice of Drew to show up at 2, like he said. I told him I thought I could stay up until he back on it too. But I don't feel my butt. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be surging here before it was on the other side, but I guess I was wrong.
I haven't, and I had gone to the bathroom yesterday. True. Look how weird that looks with the wind blowing in the opposite direction of his car. There's Tyler. And Tyler's going, doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, just tell him. God, I hope I can find my rabbit. Bad. I can remember rolling over something a while ago, but I thought it was a cord. In my chair. Afraid to look. Alright, bro. I made it to landfall. All of you out there who were with us, and there's quite a few of you. Peg is in Alabama. Peg's in Alabama. Yeah, we're looking at that tornado warning, Peg. We've been talking about that thing for a while near Arcola. Probably not a good reason to have tornado warning anymore. I don't see what they have issued that for at the moment. And they probably don't either. It's probably, what is it? Minutes from expiration, 2 minutes from expiration. Do you want to move 3? SV3 over to my radar. and because I'm about to call it, and and you should too, and let Drew come in and fill in gap here till we start again. Just leave a box up. Thank you all for riding this out with us tonight. LaGrange, someone from LaGrange, Texas is with us tonight. Shauna, thank you. So will this cause Sargent to have more damage than Matagorda? No. I think they'd be the same. I think they'd pretty much be identical because everything that... the only thing is that Sargent has had more of a direct hit, I think, and a prolonged hit. But earlier it was Matagorda. Matagorda had the same kind of winds, and I don't know. I can't personally say I've stood on either beach, so I don't really know what their protection would be from, you know, a direct sort of situation. But I just in my mind, I can't picture them being very different from one another. Everybody else, we just appreciate you being with us, and we were South Houston. Somebody's getting pounded. Melissa is just getting pounded. Yeah, talking about, well, pretty much everybody out there was getting pounded at one time or another when we were coming to them, and still is. You know, the sounds are what's incredible to me. Is how loud it is. If you're in your vehicle, it's kind of hard. It's kind of difficult to speak even, but unless you mute the mic. Well, I just lost somebody's audio, whoever we were on. Huh? About losing somebody's audio? I didn't hear. Yeah. I didn't hear nothing. So all of those tornado warnings have now been allowed to expire. I don't see another tornado warning. I do see a couple of little spots, though, that could be coming on shore near Texas City. That one near Galveston. Little spot right there that I'm sure they're watching, and many more areas there that they're probably going to be watching for a while longer. Or I could put radar scope on my other source one if you wanted, and leave it up. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to move it around. I couldn't move it around. So, you want me to wrap it up here, Jarvis? What you gonna do? Oh, okay. Oh, you didn't hear him. Shauna, thank you. Thank Rosa Almeida. Avu de Tempestade. I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish, or I would have had 3 semesters of it. But Noah is in Houston. Noah, hope you're all right. Buddy, it's about to get little dicey there, but I think most of it's going to be in the form of really heavy rain. You can get some high winds, but nothing you haven't seen in a thunderstorm or two. So just kind of watching out for that. The occasional tornado's been popping up. I don't know if you this is the first time I've seen your name, but occasional tornado warning popping up there just south of you there in Houston, but mostly just a rain event now that'll be coming in and raining hard there for a while. Shauna, you're welcome. My pleasure for being. This is my passion since I was a young boy. It's been my hobby, and I love the weather, and still always fascinates me. I'm in awe of it. Is the storm going to be near Texarkana? Yeah, I guess we should have done a little bit of a look at the model. See if it changed any while we were away. Let's go back to maybe Arkansas. No, can't do that. Let's do it this way. How about that? Yeah, that works. Why did it do that? We're way past that. We're at 08Z. All right. That's just a horrible representation. So is that. I'll have to do it this way. So the newest forecast model that we have that goes through the day shows the storm kind of going up through eastern Texas. Do it like this. Eastern Texas, and then heads off to the north. These are the winds going through the night tonight, and the winds will abate as we go through the day. But then by the afternoon tomorrow, and this is 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, we're already looking at some of the winds in eastern Texas into the 50 and 60 mile per hour range. The center of the storm will be right there in eastern Texas. Looks like about Tyler, Texas, by dark today. It is dark right now. Let me fix that. I'm about to have daylight, and then in the evening of the day today, and then pass on by. None of that made sense, did it? I have no idea. Well, I mean, the sun's about to come up here. So 12 hours from now is what I'm trying to say. But I think I never really realized how hard it is to find a spot. Can't really use Dallas. I guess you kind of can. And then composite reflectivity. I'll use 07. No, let's grab my pen and see if I can get it to work. Let's use the midnight 06. And then we go through the day today. Here comes the storm from the south. So we got a center that's kind of up near Lufkin, if you will, College Station. College Station really is where the center is. But we're really concerned about these thunderstorms that are on the Louisiana-Texas border. During the afternoon, the heating of the day tomorrow, along the Sabine River, actually. That's 6 p.m. And I just sort of feel like that's going to be the play tomorrow, is how bad these storms are coming into Louisiana on the western side. Right about, let's see, that's noon. So right about there, we got thunderstorms. We got individual thunderstorms at about noon from Shreveport all the way along I-10 and I-20, especially I think in the interior though. And watch these things coming across. These are possible tornado warned right here. You can see they're diurnal too. They're really juiced by the day, by the daylight. Right here and here are some of the most intense along the this band that comes across. Almost looks like a front, but this is a it's not a bear clinic. It's not a temperature change sort of a thing. But they're cellular, and then they go on by, and then they weaken after dark again. See, this is a midnight, and they've weakened. And you probably fire them up again somewhere eastward as we go through the day on Tuesday, I would think, especially along the Gulf Coast. Yeah. Yeah. So that'll be the deal for the day coming up. The remainder of the day today, the day tomorrow as well. If I go to another one of those, I'm going to freak. Is there a cape? Wow. Going to be an interesting day today. So anyway, thank you again, and we'll be back again later on during the day today. We're going to leave up some graphics here, I think, aren't we? Or are you going to shut the feed off? All right, we're going to shut down, but you can go over to, say it again, livestormchasing.com. livestormchasing.com. I don't know who's over there right now. Guy we know, who really didn't help us at all tonight. But you can try him out. Yeah, we just put the link up there. So I'm glad I brought my spaghetti thing. Pray to God my rabbit is not up here. All right, bro. Jarvis, Brandon Jarvis was the guy who was talking in my ear all night and who I talked to, and you guys are going, who's he talking to? Brandon Jarvis in my ear tonight. He's the guy who puts it all together. I just kind of sit here and talk, and appreciate him. Drew, what's his last name? Richards. True Richards was with us a little bit earlier, and he's going to be on. I don't know. He may wake up in a minute and pop on himself. Sometimes he does that. So give him a shout out if you're still awake. Thank you all for being awake with us. We really appreciate it. Somebody in Jasper, Texas, a non-creative amateur with us. So as for now, we're going to sign off, and we appreciate y'all being with us. Y'all been very consistent through the night tonight, and God bless you all. Hope everybody's safe.